expert at Flipkart, which is one of the India's leading digital e-commerce companies. He has a decade of experience in building microservices and distributed systems and has developed expertise in technologies such as Kafka, Pulsar, and Cassandra. So, without a further ado, I would like to hand over the stage to Gaurav. Okay. Because of some technical issue, we would wait for 2 more minutes and we'll get started. Over to you.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Is it back? Cool. Yeah. Welcome to the first talk. Right. Right. A lot of MQs are there. Rabbit MQ, ITMQ. Kafka is also a very famous one. Right. Um, JMS is also a nice abstraction for the mess queues. So Worthy also is a platform and also lies in the same category. Um, but and the same can be shown, can be seen in the name of, like, when we named it, right? It's actually a Telugu word, and it's pronounced as Varadi, and its meaning is a bridge. So it acts as a bridge between different applications that we have, and its job is to basically carry forward from the message from one place to another. That's all it does, right? So we have a producer sending messages to the Worthy platform, and the Worthy eventually delivers the messages to the intended destination. But unlike all these alternatives that we have, right, they require your applications to integrate into some clients of their own. So you will have clients for Golang or Java. But Worthy, we abstracted all of that. It sits on top of such messaging stack only, but it gives you a HTTP-based interface. So there is no integration as such required from the code point of view, right? All you need to know is just how to do a post call. So ultimately, you just do a post to a Worthy's endpoint to your queue, and Worthy internally will deliver the message to the intended destination. And the queue's metadata, the information is residing in the Worthy, so Worthy knows what this queue means, where is the destination for these messages coming in, right? So in the whole picture, right, it's just Flipkart, or it can be any company. It looks similar, actually, almost everywhere. You'll have two kind of flows or legs, where in the above leg, you will have a main integration between applications, right? And that's where the Worthy sits between applications. The lower leg is actually more about streaming and pipeline and batch processing. That's where you will actually find your Spark and Kafka a lot, right? Kafka is famous for that. So Kafka, few things that we can see from this diagram is that the streaming side, there the batch semantics are more prevalent, right? But in the upper leg, there the message semantics will be more prevalent. You will talk about message from the message point of view more, right? So Worthy tries to give you features from that side, right? So one main feature that we have come to rely on a lot is the message ordering. So a message can belong to a different group. So within that group, we will try to maintain the ordering of the messages. So from the Flipkart point of view, right, the e-commerce, right, a particular order can have multiple events when it was created, when it was updated, shipped, things like that, right? And they have some logical ordering between them. So we might be receiving the create event. And what if the create event's processing failed, right? So the application will be required to handle that in some way. They'll be coded in, actually, right? So C failed, but what if the next event for that order came then? How will you handle that now? You fail to process the C event, right? The create event. So in that case, the Worthy simplifies this whole flow. If the processing of the C event failed, right, then the D event will not be delivered to you unless the C event eventually gets retried and gets processed successfully. Only then the D comes in. The next event, for example, the update event comes in. Then only it will be delivered. The next kind of major pattern that we see is the workflow management or workflow orchestration, right? Here also, like the same example, the dispatching of an order can require multiple steps of its own, right? The shipment needs to be created, the invoices needs to be created as well. And they are big steps on its own. Internally, they can have steps of their own, so they take time, and you need durability, you need resilience. So instead of calling all these services in line and handle the failures synchronously, you try to make it asynchronous and actually durable, right? So the idea is to basically just stick in queues everywhere. That's the general pattern. But this idea works for small workflows, but for larger workflows, you probably need something else. But in this case, for small workflows, this is good enough. And from the Worthy side, because there's no integration required, right? The queue creation is very easy. You go to the UI and you just mention the details of your queue, and the application can start just pushing messages to that queue, and Worthy does the rest of the job, right? So creating a workflow using such model is actually very easy. So and hence we start to see a lot of patterns coming in. So it's established pattern. The AWS actually has a very nice introductory documentation around the Saga pattern. One is the orchestration, the other one is the choreography. I did mention it as orchestration, but this is actually a choreography. You can read about the details there. So let's quickly look at what Worthy is looking like today, and then I'll come to what is its OSS stories about, right? So it started in 2014, actually. It is literally older than my whole career, to be honest. That year, it was created to be kind of just filling the gaps of the integration. At that point, nothing was like that presently in the company. So it was created, and just HTTP endpoint was created, and it allowed us to push messages right to a Kafka. Kafka was used in the beginning, and then there is a consumer module as well. So the consumer module is reading the messages from Kafka and delivering it to the intended destination. That's all there is in the beginning, right? But once it started, there was nothing stopping it as well. So the next year, key-based ordering message were added, the use case that I mentioned before, right? And then we added retries to handle the failures. Then server-side filtering came in, back pressure for the failures came in. Then multi-regions started to come in. Now we have 3 regions at this point, right? So the geo-replication started to come in. Then to scale the platform even more, the key-based parallelism came in. So if you are aware, right, in Kafka, the parallelism is actually limited by their partition count. But that is not the case for Worthy. Worthy can actually deliver you more than thousands of parallelism just from a single partition. So, and that's the default. Even if you create queue today in Worthy, we created just with one partition, actually. And then recently, the Kubernetes happened, right? So the whole Worthy actually was containerized. Now it's K8 ready. And we started to plug in more backends. So aside from Kafka, we plugged in Apache Pulsar. And we added more nifty features, which allowed us to scale from the throughput perspective even more. So today, we have a lot of tenants. We have a lot of topics. We have a lot of queues and a lot of subscriptions. We are delivering a lot of messages. Almost 2 billion messages are ingested daily in BAU. But whenever the sale comes in, this reaches more than 10 billion, actually. And if you look at the tech stack, right, the Kafka, Pulsar, Redis, Zookeeper, MySQL, at this point, we are using a lot of databases, to be honest. And the whole platform is written in Java, and some part is in Python. It's so, right, because it is old, and I think it's the primary integration platform we have. It's quite pervasive in the company. Almost every vertical you pick, some use case is being currently served on the Worthy platform. So, but all of that comes with a challenge, right? Lot of tenants, lot of requirements, lot of throughput, lot of compliance is also now coming in, right? Payments has a lot of compliance requirements, which are not required by other use cases, right? So, if you are following through the diagrams, right? The diagrams hasn't changed in the last decade, actually. We have added a lot of features, but the diagram hasn't changed, right? The same database architecture is still being used. So that's where now the problems start to show, right? We have a lot of things that we need to build more, but the original architecture is kind of hampering that. So that's where we start to lean on to the redesign or rework things. So that will tie up in the OSS. But in the meanwhile also, right, it's an old project. So a lot of people in the company has actually experience using it. And when they go out, build and there's a whole community of the Flipsters, right? So we see an interest that, some part of the Worthy or the Worthy platform itself, they would like to see it in open as well, right? There's some interest there. So we, primarily the ordered messages, right? That feature is also is seen as a desirable feature as well. So we started to see that, maybe there's a benefit of doing it in open. So we started having discussions last year, actually, with all of these stakeholders and the guys from the outside. And we started to see how are they solving it today, right? We see that every organization actually does this, the Worthy alike. There is some thing on their side that they are using for integration, right? You need something. But everyone does it on their own way. And they probably are making some trade-offs based on their use cases, right? And feasibility. So and we have seen that none of them is actually providing the end-to-end order measures, because it's hard. We know what goes in to deliver that. It's hard. So nobody does that, actually. If a message fails, it's on the developer to actually manage it, right? But in Worthy, it's the Worthy's responsibility. We see that some companies, some organizations actually tries to abstract out the underlying messaging stack, and whereas the others actually directly tie up in the cloud's offering or just directly use Kafka, right? So there is also a variation there. Some organizations actually try to build features on top of the failure management, but again, providing ordering is actually difficult, right? So they don't do that, and for good reasons, to be honest. So then in that case, again, the application developer is forced to work with the unordered messages. But when you do that, when you force every developer to actually handle it, then it comes with the overhead, right? Now every developer has to think about those scenarios. But if I just want to pilot a feature, isn't it better if the platform does it for me when the throughput is low, right? So that's where the feature, the goodness starts to come in, right? It's very easy to tie into the Worthy, right? You don't have to think too much. So Worthy, we see that Worthy strives to actually give us a well-rounded feature set of what the message queue would look like. And it tries to be generic. It abstracted the messaging stack for you, right? It abstracted the integration for you, right? But we also see that when every organization has something on their own, integrating Worthy into the ecosystem will be hard, right? Which is fine. So we do think that the Worthy, for it to be successful in any place, it has to be very easy to integrate with. It has to be modular. So if it doesn't want to use Worthy as a platform, well, the consumer module is actually a very good piece technology that we have, right? Anyone should actually be able to use that part at least, right? Extensibility is also must. Kafka and Pulsar, we needed that. That's why we built into the integration with that. But there are other offerings out there, and maybe somebody is using that. So the extensibility should be open. So that's where the OSS started, right? That we think that we have some problems of our own that we need to solve, and we know that some stakeholders and our friends actually want this to be open as well, so that they can collaborate into the new features, right? So that's when last year we started the OSS journey of the Worthy. So we have our Flipkart incubator. Worthy is the latest one actually, but there are a lot of open source projects from Flipkart there. We started with all of the goodness, right? The contributions, and we have actually created a lot of issues that are open for solving. Not everything is solved. There are open problems that we are solving for ourselves, and it is yet to be solved. Some are under review, but some are actually open yet. So we have created issues for everything. It is open. We are utilizing GitHub projects for managing our own sprints. And all the UTs, unit tests are done, and we have set up the GitHub Actions for running all of our tests. So everything is actually set up at this point. And how we began, right? It's going to be a rewrite. Not completely, it's not a scratch as in, it's a rewrite, sure. We are still using Java. The internal Worthy is in Java. The OSS is also going to be Java. But we are going to be moving to Java 21 minimum. We have cleaned up all the internal, external dependencies that is redundant, and we are just using Vertex. Anyone aware of Vertex? Cool. So it's a framework, very light framework to build concurrent Java applications. We are following the same modular boundaries that we have. That worked fairly well for us. So the module structure that you will see is actually pretty similar to what we have, except we have externalized the Pulsar and Kafka interaction. It is baked in internal Worthy, but it is not here. It is actually a runtime dependency, not a compile time. But the data architecture, the integration with databases and the messaging stack, that is not the same as internal Worthy. So we have kind of pushed it outside. There's only one database at this point, and all the messaging stack is actually runtime dependencies. So we have cleaned that up. And the UI will be driven directly by the Worthy. Right? And observability will be a major effort here as well, and it is gate ready. So from the ongoing point of work, right? The green ones are the ones which are kind of almost implementation done, are in the testing phase. So deployment is simplified, the consumer scaling. It was very well done in internal Worthy, but the code is old, right? So it used a thread model architecture for each and every queue, which creates problem in some rare scenarios. So for having more battery utilization and more throughput, we actually have made it an event loop model, which sits well with Vertex framework as well. So and more horizontal scalability have been solved here as well. So this is almost done. So we are in the testing phase, and we will ultimately roll this out in internal Worthy as well. But the yellow ones, these are the major ones. which are more about reworking how we are actually managing the whole state. For this, we used to use 3-4 dBs, but now we are trying to kind of unify this whole thing. And most of them are actually under review of the solution and are under implementation. And the red one is the DR and the multi-zone story, which is not completely solved. It is open. It is an open ticket actually at this point. So it needs to be solved and reviewed. So that's how it is, right? We are basically using the OSS to kind of innovate on the new solutions for the problems that we have. And we are actually designing and coming up with the solutions in the open and seeking feedbacks there and implementing it. So the current priority is just to reach the MVP and basically pilot all of the improvements that we are doing in OSS in the internal worthy so that we can get the ROIs ourselves and onboard more and more contributors. Right now, we are only a small team of 5 developers, including the ex-employees. Right? Two of them are actually ex-employees, by the way. So more features are lined up, but it's a feature of story. Right? So yeah. Questions?
Is anyone having questions? Yeah. Can I just pass the mic?
So you mentioned that you don't have any SDKs. It's always a HTTP request. So isn't that an added cost? Because if there is 10 requests coming in, it will be 10 different TCP connections.
Sure.
So basically, when it comes to rest of the, any applications, it will be just one TCP connection. We can pool all the connection through that one connection. So why did you choose this approach rather than going with a single TCP connection?
It's a trade-off,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So in the earlier ecosystem diagram I showed you, right, there are 2 legs, the integration leg and the streaming leg. In the streaming case, you really don't want that, to be honest, because streaming, the throughput is much, much higher. It's almost like 10 to 100 times higher magnitude, right? Because you are doing AI ML training probably, you are doing fact computation, batch processing, report generation. There you don't want all of this cost, right? You directly hook into the platform, Kafka directly, you write your jobs. There you don't want all of this cost. But when it comes to just integration between the applications, the complexity of working with the platform is higher. You want to roll out features for your business more quickly, right? So you kind of make a trade-off there. What is more important, right? Feature rollout is more important, right?
Okay.
So the integration is actually, the easier it is to write a new feature on top of it, right? That's where it helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was really insightful. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for joining in. Can we get a huge round of applause for Gaurav? Thank you so much. All right, moving forward. Now, you might be having a question, what is FOSS? I mean, everyone is talking that you can use the FOSS tools for free and you can integrate with your systems like everything. I mean, that's okay, right? But end up is subjected more towards making a full-time job by using FOSS, right? So we have Sahil Gupta joined us as a speaker for today for this session. He's a co-founder at Requestly, and he's building Requestly to help front-end developers to test and debug their apps faster. Give it up for Sahil. Thank you. Over to you, Sahil.
Uh,
Hey guys, I'm Sahil. I'll be talking about how you can make FOSS your full-time job. Uh, Little bit about me. I'm Sahil Gupta. I'm one of the co-founders of Requestly. Apart from building Requestly, I love building side projects, as most of you. I love rock climbing. I love surfing. I love F1. So, as most of us here are already here for India FOSS 24. So I think most of us know what is FOSS is. But let me recap it for you a little bit. F in FOSS stand for free and open source software, where free is stands for freedom and open source stand for like source code is open and anyone can modify it and run it and maintain it. So why FOSS? So basically FOSS is good for community. It enables collaboration and get you some OSS friends along the way. It is good for adoption due to transparency as the code is open source, and great for brand and credibility too, as you get more contributions and stars. And also you can earn money through it also. So let's talk about FOSS misconception. Most people think of free in FOSS as in free beer. That is, you can enjoy it for free, but that's not the case. Uh, don't think at it as free beer. Even though the recipe is available, that is the source code is available openly, and you still can get charged for it, since the beer was poured by someone else's brewery. Think of it as free speech, freedom to share opinion, run it, change it, study it, and change the source code. That is equivalent to having your own brewery and drinking the beer by yourself. Now let's talk about how you can contribute to FOSS as well as make some money along the way. By the way, Red Hat was the first open source company that made $1 billion in revenue mark, and it was amongst the first 20 free and closed companies that hit this mark in 2012. These are some great organizations you should follow, and also some individuals who contribute to FOSS full time. So there are some great organizations: GitLab, Frappe, Ente, Requestly too. We are open source too. Synthesaurus and Foo. Yeah. So can you make FOSS your full-time job? Spoilers, yes, as we already saw some great individuals and companies who are doing it for full-time. So here's a sneak peek how you can do so. First is ads. So who should run ads? Projects with large user base who have lots of users and don't mind the trade-offs between the user experience should definitely run ads. How you can run ads? There are multiple publishers. Some examples are Google AdSense, Carbon Ads. Also, there's an open source version, Ethical Ads by Read the Docs. You can directly enable it just in 10 minutes. Some cons, since no one likes ads, as it disrupts the user experience by a lot. Some examples are Flask's website, ESLint website run ads from ethical ads only. Second is donations and sponsorship. Who should run it? Open source project with strong community backing and ethical consideration should definitely opt in for donation and sponsorship. How you can start? You can use services like GitHub sponsors, Buy Me a Coffee, Open Collective, and even FOSS United grants also. Pros, this is a less intrusive and more ethical way of asking for, you can earn money through FOSS and also aligns with open source philosophy. Cons, due to inconsistent income, not everyone who uses your project are willing to pay for it and also are not obligated to pay for it, but to support the community, most of the people pay to. So there's not always a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. These two incredible projects were on the verge of dying just because they didn't get enough backing or support for them to working on them full time. One of them is Core.js, another is Faker.js. You must have used these libraries if you use internet. They have lots of install, like Core.js has 150 million per month installs right now, and Faker.js has 10 million per month. And here's a comic from XKCD that captures it accurately. Third is the open core model. This is the most sustainable one. You can make a company out of it like we do at Requestly. The open core business model is a method for monetizing projects while being open source. It consists of two parts. First is the open core part. That is the free feature limited open source version of your project. Anyone can use it without any limitations. Second is the commercial version. This is the proprietary part of the code. Although the source code is available, most people can contribute to it and modify it, but if you want to use it, you must pay a licensing fee. So this is how it looks like in action. If you can see, there are two licenses in the GitHub repo. One is the open core license that is under MIT Expat right now, and second is the proprietary license that is in the E folder. That is under a proprietary license. Some advantages of open core model: faster R&D, as other can contribute to your code base too. Easier for adoption by customers, as your code is open source. Large companies can directly check for security in your code base only, so it's more secure. Some great companies which are based on open core model: GitLab, MongoDB, Redis, Chartwood, Frappe, Inte, lots of other companies. So when going for open core model, choosing the right license is very important for legal protection and future strategy you're going to follow. So first is using a permissive license like MIT or Apache. Users can almost do anything with this open core part. So some companies based on this model is GitLab, Chartwood, and Signos. Second is AGPL, using a copyleft license like AGPL. This ensures any improvement made to the your project are made back to the community, as anyone using this have to open source their project also. But there have been cases where companies have tested boundaries of AGPL license and hosted their own service out of it without purchasing a commercial license. One example is AWS providing DocumentDB. I know if you've heard of it or not, which has hosted their own service for MongoDB. This led to the third license which MongoDB has to choose, the SSPL license. This has just one extra clause on top of AGPL that states that if you host a service out of some open source code, you have to open source your code base also the infrastructure which powers your service. So some based on SSPL license are MongoDB and Elastic. Yeah, so how do you earn money from open core? So there are two options you can go through. First is providing a cloud hosted version. This ensures that your user get on top of your software very quickly, get started with very quickly. You can charge for subscription and other services from your users. Second is giving enterprise license to big enterprises who need self-hosting. You can charge a licensing fee from it. So how Requestly's open journey to open source look like? So a little bit about Requestly. Requestly is a network interceptor which helps front-end developer to test and debug their apps without needing multiple deployment cycles. So actually Requestly's journey began in 2014 as a side project when my co-founder Sachin was working at Adobe. At time he needed a way to redirect a production JS bundle from the client website to a local JS bundle. Normally, a developer would write some script and paste it in their browser console to do so. This led him to an innovative solution where he wrote a browser extension which redirects the production JS bundle directly to local JS bundle without writing any code. Then he released it on Chrome Store and left it on autopilot for some time. Coming to 2021, after releasing it on Chrome Store, lots of users starting using it organically. We quickly got up to 100K users. Then we decided to start working full-time on it. We built more such features which made web app debugging really easy. So as more users from large enterprise began adopting Requestly, security became a big concern there, as Requestly acts as a proxy and can handle a lot of sensitive data. To address these concerns, we decided to be fully transparent and made Requestly open source. This further clarified our commitment to security and strengthened trust with the users, which played a crucial role in adoption from many major companies. On to the current day, Requestly has over 2,000 stars on GitHub and is used by over 250K users. And we are actively looking for contributions. So if you like to be a part of the journey, raise an issue or better raise a pull request directly. In case you would like to know more about Requestly, we also have a booth outside. So let's connect there. Thank you. That's my time. Any questions?
Want to mic
Okay.
check?
Yeah.
Yes. You spoke of the good parts and bad parts of all the ways somebody, you can earn money from FOSS. You didn't mention about the bad parts of using the approach that you guys have gone. What are the cons of this approach?
Which approach? Like there are three approaches.
The last
open
one,
core model.
open core model doesn't have
Because
it's
one
convenient.
of the
not
con is
talk
like bigger companies copying it, like the AGPL license, which was the most popular in open core model, but because due to the ways companies can use it, that is the bad part, because DocumentDB earned a lot from MongoDB without contributing, buying a commercial license.
And I think Elastic also moved out for the same reason recently.
Yeah, they moved to SSPL license, but SSPL is not OSI recognized. It's not truly open source,
And-
not truly FOSS.
And because of it, you are losing the respect of the community, and just like Elastic did recently.
Exactly. That's the bad part of. But lot of people are contributing to community, but not getting enough out of it, like the Faker.js and Core.js. So they get frustrated and just rant about it on that. I showed the rant there. If you like read more about it, I can share it.
Very sad to see that. Yeah.
So there are lots of rants there. These are just the two biggest rants for open source.
I have a question. Here. So I was wanted to ask that, what do you think about companies open sourcing their whole code base and then closing it after some series of funds? What do you think about that?
Series of
Fund series.
So it goes both ways. So most of the investors are also invested in open source companies now. They don't need to close it, but if they don't see enough out of the open source, like if they don't see enough contributions, or if they see like some companies are copying it, or they have two options to go, like go to another license or just close source it. That route you can take. So that's why most of the companies go for close source there.
Hi. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. You spoke about the licensing of the software, right?
Yeah.
As an open source developer, how do you like enforce the license? Because a person who you have a AGPL license, a person uses that software, and that person, you know, do not like open make the source available. So how do you enforce that?
So there's no way of enforcing that as such. Just you have to look out for people doing similar kind of things. So before being open source, we were using a project which were under AGPL license. That the direct contributor of that directly communicated us to on our email and said you have to go open source your code base. So that's what you can directly contact them and ask for it, but there's no direct way for communicate, like look out for that.
Okay, so license on the projects, open source projects, are legally binding, or is just a way of saying that you have to?
It is legally binding.
Is it?
It
That's
is.
so you can sue them, right?
Yeah, you can sue them.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. So my question was that, as you mentioned that more and more people are going towards open source, and so what are the security concerns you will be facing? Because mostly if you are going for open source, if big companies use your project as a open source, there is a supply chain threats. So that will be a bigger impact, or that will cause the bigger companies lot of damage? Because for the smaller companies, for a startup, the scenario for the security or threats will be lesser and less impact, but for a bigger company it will be higher. So what are your take on that?
So one of the biggest threat that happened supply chain is XZ backdoor. So that is one example of how big a open source security concern can happen there. But on the bright side, there is also a bright side because lots of other contributors come in. They can contribute to code and fix the securities really quickly. So that's the bright side, and the downside is also there. So they're both sides. You have to choose it like what you can do.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my
Right.
time.
Thank you, Sahil. Can we have a huge round of applause? Before we move forward, I think I'd request people who are seated at the last or who are standing. We have seats ahead here. So can you just shift forward? Because what's happening is when people are coming there, they see the last seats and they think that it's full. So if you can occupy the front seats first, then it would be helpful. I think we have space there also, this row. Yeah, the last rows. I mean, if you all can come forward, be good. On to the next talk for the day. It's by Jackson and Rex. The topic is adopting Compose and KMM, the journey to multi-platform app development. A bit about both of them. So Jackson is a dedicated engineer and technical lead with over 12 years of experience in mobile application development. He possesses extensive expertise in Android, iOS, web, and backend technologies, having successfully led and contributed to over more than 30 projects across the various domains. If we talk about Rex, he is also a skilled engineer and associate technical lead with over 6 years of experience in mobile application development. He has proficiently worked with Android, Flutter, Kotlin multi-platform mobile (KM), contributing to a variety of successful projects. So, without any further ado, let's welcome Jackson and Rex. Over to you.
Hi guys. So myself Joseph Rex, and
Yeah, I'm Jackson.
we both are actually Android product engineers. We are actually working in Entry. Talking about Entry, we are a vernacular learning platform. We actually provide educational contents in seven. Is it audible now? Is it fine now? Yeah. What about now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fine. Yeah. So yeah, we actually provide educational contents in 7 different regional languages in India. So our current text we currently using are one Android app and one web app. And the key features we currently have is video streaming, interactive live video classes, voice discussions, and AI-driven some functionalities. And our future vision is to have a multi-platform uh, mobile applications. So about our goal, like this multi-platform app development, actually we set our goal to an iOS app. We currently didn't have an iOS app, so that's what we set our goal to. So for that, we actually have to cover some milestones, right? So we figured out some milestones, and one of them is Compose, which is a declarative UI, and second one is KMM. So these are the milestones we actually choose to reach our goal, to reach our iOS app with any multi-platform uh, mobile application development stacks. So let's start with our first milestone, which is Compose. Why we choose Compose? Actually, obviously, Google was investing too much heavily in Compose. Like Apple invested on Swift UI, and obviously there is the sweetness of declarative UI is already there, and XML. Actually, XML is the language which we used in Android to write UIs. So if we are going on with it, we have to switch in between two languages like XML and Kotlin. And also, if we are considering if we are considering a screen which lists like, some contents, if we are going with Kotlin and XML, we have to write 200 of codes. If we are switching it to Compose, we only have to write 50 or 60 lines of code, which means almost 60 or 70% of code reduction and easiness. And also, when we think about when we have to adopt Compose, the Compose was already when stable, so we didn't have to think much about that. We just started working on it. Yeah, like the challenges we faced while we worked with the Compose is that at the initial stages we faced a lot of recomposition issues. Recomposition issues means like at the end this UIs are all drawing in the screens, right? So at the initial time, if we didn't at the initial time we didn't have followed properly this best practice in Compose. So that time there happened so many rendering time issues. There happened so many recomposition issues at the initial times. And also, at the initial stage of Compose stable version, there is already so many exceptions which is happening, but we didn't get the exact reasons of what exact that exceptions are. We will just get that there happened some exception in some particular areas. And also, we already have an Android app with a bigger code base, like which already have like a lot of Android native views. So we have to use this Compose views inside this Android views. So by handling this life cycles of both this Android native views and Compose views was a bit overhead. Like we literally have to manage the life cycles of both dependently. So that was one of the headaches we have. So then we actually learned to adopt some of best practices like separating this UI components and using a lot of mappers and all to separate this UI layer. And also just mentioning some few issues which we faced from the library side. As Android guys, we are dependent on material libraries a lot. So see, if we are using a text input layout which we placed inside any scroll views or something, if we started typing on it, the keyboard might overlay on this text input layout. And also, if you are considering Android natives bottom sheet and Compose bottom sheet, there is so many issues like nested scrolling will not work if we use the bottom sheet in Compose. And like there are so many focus issues. Like if you click on this bottom sheets and all, there happen so many focus related issues. That focus might be going to the background screens or something. These are some challenges which we faced at the initial stage. And for resolving these issues, we actually upgraded some of our libraries. The first one was Kotlin. We initially were using 1.7 of Kotlin. We actually updated it to 1.8. But this Kotlin update actually itself takes a lot of time for us actually. It wasn't complex because as we have a lot of legacy codes, we actually have a lot of overheads like we use so many plugins like Android extension, synthetic extensions, which we actually use to access the XML views inside our Kotlin classes. So 80% of our code base actually have this plugin. So removing all these plugins to update our Kotlin version was time taking, not complex, but it's actually time taking. Actually, our all Android engineers dedicatedly worked on it for 1 week, and we have to remove all the exhaustive event statements from our project. And like for better compiling, uh, we actually migrated from cap to KSP also. And for better build time, we actually updated our AGP and Gradle. Yeah, that's this sections actually pretty much covered our first milestone, which is compose. And let's move on to our second milestone, which is KMM.
Yeah. So, am I audible? Hello. Hello. Yeah. So the next step was after completing our compose, we moved on to KMM. So why we adopt KMM? So how many of you heard about KMM? Yeah. We are a kind of we have a strong Kotlin team. So when we trying to adopt a new language, so it will take time, right? So we have to hire new people, and we have to learn that, and we have to use that multiple language in a complex project. It that will took time, right? So that's why we that's the one thing we chose Kotlin. And one more thing is like, how many Flutter fanboys here? Yeah. So, no offense. Recently, there is some layoffs happening in Google and all. So we don't know the future of Flutter. So that's one thing. The famous Jake Button, he's a guy in Android. He also said RIP Flutter. And yeah, but from that, the another cross-platform technology is React Native. So when we maintain a React Native project in a large code base, it's kind of a tedious task because um, updating the dependencies and all will took time. If a new API layer comes up, API update is come to Android, and we have to adopt, and there is tons of dependency updates we have to do. So it's kind of complex. So that's the another reason we are not looking for Flutter and React Native. And our team members have solid experience on these platforms as well, and they are not they are also not recommending that. So after that, yeah, so we also have a solid app, and we have lots of business logics in that. If we can reuse that business logics, that would be good. So we can reuse the existing UI and business logic. So if we going for KMM, we can entirely reuse that, and saving cost to the company, because we are not hiring too many people. We can reuse our current team, and in terms of risk, we are not getting into a new technology because we have already experience in Kotlin, and in terms of we don't have to maintain a new technology stack. For that also, it's a great advantage for KMM. Yeah, when and where to adopt KMM. So we started through the side projects, and everyone in our team has the side project, and everyone worked on it, and the side projects went well, and all the projects are worked in Android, iOS, and web also. and our team went confident on KMM, and we have a higher level management meeting, and they also reviewed, and in that meeting also they are pretty confident on that. And at that time the so much popularity is coming, and there is much support is coming from the developer community, and yeah, we just have the confidence to going for the KMM. And yeah, then where we can implement this, so we pick a small feature, and its business logic side, and we implemented on that part. And it's basically the database layer and API layer, and we implemented that and pushed to production, and everything works well in our Android app, and there is no problem at all. Yeah, for the integration of this KMM, we have some configurations and integrations, which are, we of course upgraded the Kotlin and AGP versions, and we have this database layer, and in that we used room database for early, and to use the KMM in KMM database layer, we have to use SQL Delight, which is a library by Square, and we have to use this shared preference migration in the KMM module as well, and we used Cator for networking layer, and for the dependency injection framework we used Coin. Yeah. So after the successful integration of KMM, we went for because in KMM we only took the existing business logic side. So we can move on to UI as well, right? So at that time we are introducing a new feature called Elevate. It's a skilling vertical, new skilling vertical in our app, and it offers campus placement and all. So our vision was to integrate business logic and UI into this section, because this entire module is kind of new, and every architecture is new. So we decided that we can go for KMM and Compose multi-platform. This Compose multi-platform is like a forked version of Compose, which is integrated by JetBrains, and we already have this Compose UI layer, and we transitioned this Compose UI layer into multi-platform module, and we use these components for UI and view model. For view models, there is a library called KMM view model from Rick Clefas. We used that also. It is an open source library. Yeah, after that we implemented in that wall feature was implemented using Compose multi-platform and KMM. These are the small challenges, not small. Yeah, these are the challenges we faced in Compose multi-platform adoption, because yeah, we have some legacy code base and all, and in that the data classes and API layer tied up, there is some coupling as well. So migrating this into a KMM module took time. Yeah. Yeah, another challenges is like lack of documentation, because as you guys all know, the open source in open source, uh, because some library developers develop the library, but they lack documentations, because we have to go to their repo and raise a issue and find out what of the issue and like that. So we have some issues over there also. In ID and tooling issues, we have while we trying out KMM, it was in beta stage. So at that time, we have some issues in ID and tooling side also. So this guy called John O'Reilly, his repo and his blogs were have phenomenal support for us. And at that time also, we have to use multiple icons, whatever the drawables for our Android app. So we have to adopt to that into a multi-platform. We have to use this new multi-platform resource library, which of course kind of a breaking library. We have to move all the drawables into a multi-platform module as well. That was another challenge. Yeah, these are the small workarounds and hacks we did for uh, KMM and Compose, because as I earlier said, there is some tied up with data classes and database layer. So we cannot simply migrate this into a KMO module. It took time. So for the release, we have to it is kind of time we have to release this thing in a timely manner. So for the point for the hack, we used multiple view models in single activity and handling SQLite exception. We also had this SQLite lock exception because we used two instances of SQLite in our app, which is one is in room and another one in SQDelite. So had this SQLite lock exception. So we have to manage that with a synchronized mutex uh, via the Kotlin. There is a mutex in Kotlin. So using that, we solved. And after all this, we successfully integrated this KMM and Compose multi-platform. Yeah, next we will be moving to our iOS part of our journey.
Yeah, so after completing our second milestone, we actually jumped into our final step, which was our iOS app. So, thinking about why we started working on iOS app, actually, we in our web app we actually have seen a rising of iOS user base. So we actually have to provide them native experience for sure. And also, Compose multi-platform went to beta that time, and Google actually officially announced support to KMM and all. And also, a lot of library supports also increased that time. So, like we had a question like when we are going to start. So that time internally in our company there comes a hackathon program which actually we named it as a game project. So each team like Android backend like front end, each team independently worked on their own problems. That time Jackson actually himself chose iOS as a production iOS app as our like goal. So yeah, we started working on it. We actually prioritized like a first level app which actually covers 30 or 40 percentage of our current existing Android app. So yeah, we started working on it. For that, we actually upgraded our like machines. We like integrated. We actually like get set it up with iOS development tools and stuffs. Like and like we planned to work on it in off working hours, like not in the working hours. We actually took it as a challenge because we actually on our research we actually believe that we can do it easily because we already at that time we already have a declarative UI which completely uh, goes with Kotlin, and we have shared business logics uh, which is already in shared module, and shared UI logics with the Kotlin multi-platform. It's already in shared module. The shared module means like if we are considering a KMM project, it's the project's folder structure is like there will be an iOS folder, there will be an Android folder, and there will be a common folder. This common folder contains the shared stuffs, shared codes, which we can use both in iOS and Android app. So in that section, we already had business logics while we completing our first milestone, second milestone, and we got this UI logics shared in the shared module using Compose multi-platform, and we have APIs using Ktor library, and we can access database in the shared section using SQLDelete library, and we have KMM view models which actually we can directly inject to used in our composables, and yeah, compose navigation, which is another key thing which we used in our iOS development. The thing is that while we working on iOS, our team didn't actually have an iOS developer with us. But even if we are going with KMM, we actually need to know some of the basics of iOS actually. I mean Swift and Swift UI. So, but it was pretty much sure that uh, we can go in depth to the Swift or Swift UI. So what saved us is that Compose multi-platforms navigation. Actually, navigation is a wrapper which means a lot of other UI components, which means based on the inputs we providing to the navigation will switch the screen which we have to render in the UI. So what we did is that we actually in iOS app we actually used iOS navigation, which actually contains multiple UI components, and one among that child components we used Compose multi-platforms navigation. So, and we have a bunch of composables, which means uh, multi-platform UI components we already have, and we rendered uh, all these composables or this shareable components in this Compose multi-platforms navigation, and so that we actually, as I mentioned, we already had 50% of this thing done in the shared module. So all these things we only had to render inside this Compose navigation, which is the child navigation view, and in the parent navigation we actually used to render the native iOS screens. So that which pretty much actually solved our all these issues. When the iOS app starts, it actually renders the parent iOS navigation, inside which we have Compose multi-platforms navigation, which renders all the composables we have. So uh, yeah, the challenges among in the iOS development was, as I mentioned, the Swift and Swift UI learning curves, and we actually were new to iOS project setup like permission declarations and all. Those things seems a bit new to us, and yeah, obviously we seek the help of our iOS developer friends actually, uh, but all those needs has been solved with uh, just mm, like few hours of calls and all solve those issues. And like the one among the overhead which we faced is that iOS's back handling, which actually in Android there is which was very easy, but in iOS which was bit tough for us. So we actually had to make some changes in designs. Our design team actually helped for that. Yeah, so that's pretty much actually helped us to reach to our iOS app, and the key takeaways were at the end we actually found ourselves build an iOS app without an iOS developer. For that we actually had 20 percentage of the things done with Compose, which means the Compose contributed us 20 percentage of it, and 20 percentage of it is contributed from KMM, and for sure we all are Kotlin guys. So by knowing one language, we actually covered 80-90 percentage of our iOS project. And yeah, like one takeaway is that if we keep updated our libraries, if we take the hurdles we have to achieve that, the things will be done. Like it will be easy to cover all these things. And obviously, we saved the cost of hiring new iOS guys in our team. And at the end, we actually like turned to like uh, from an Android engineer to a cross-platform mobile application developer, and like yeah, and like all this feel like as I mentioned, we are Kotlin guys, and we literally feels home even if we build a stack, which means iOS, which we are not familiar with. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Let me show a small demo of our app. It's the login section. Yeah, this is our home screen, which we already done in KMM. And this entire logics and UI is actually currently shared with the Android app as well. And let me show a quick video section. And this section is actually also done in KMM. Like, this is completely done in KMM actually, but most of the things we actually done before we started working on uh, like iOS. These screens actually we done in the phase of our KMM implementation itself. And this is a video screen. And this video player is actually completely written in like native iOS, in which we have to use DRM. We are using actually HLS as DRM. So this screen we have to use like I go for iOS native, and remaining all these stuffs we actually done in like KMM. Yeah, that's pretty much it about our demo. Any questions?
Yeah. Hello. So, how different is your Android and iOS code base? And like, do you when there's a new feature, do you test them separately? And is it a monorepo?
Actually, our iOS app is currently actually 40% of our Android app, and the codes we are using in iOS section is completely reusable in Android, which means actually 30% of our Android projects code is actually shared with iOS, and that 30% of our Android apps code is actually almost 80% of iOS app. So that much actually shared.
So most of it is shared, and just this little bits, maybe config and all, which is
No, actually, UIs as well as business logics are mostly shared, and the screen which I showed, like that video screen, that's the only thing which we have written in native iOS. The remaining stuffs are all actually I think 16 or 17 screens we actually completely done in KMM.
okay. So it can be like a monorepo. You don't need two repos. to
No,
make
no,
it.
no. We actually using a repo.
Okay, thank
Similar.
you.
If there are any more questions, I think they'll be around, so you can go and ask them in the networking area, because we are running short on time. So, yeah. All right, thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for them? I'll say that thing again. Now that we have space ahead, so if you all want to come and sit in these rows, it will be helpful. Because people, when they are coming, they feel like the Audi is full because the last rows are full. And then they just stand there or they just go away from there. So it would be better if you occupy the front seats first and then the seats at the behind.
On that side.
Yeah, we have like plenty of seats, like the whole row is empty. So if you can sit here. Moving on to the next speaker is Sai Krishna. His topic is open tools and data to study air pollution. If I talk about him, he's a research associate at urbanemissions.info. He's a civic technologist and open data contributor. He has worked for the last 5 years on creating data solutions for inclusive urbanization, disaster management, and air pollution. So, without any further ado, let's welcome Sai Krishna.
Okay, let's revive our attention spans by taking a long breath. Also because I will talk about air pollution now. So, what do you think is air quality right now? The air which you are breathing. I can see one of you wearing a mask. Like you can throw numbers at me. What do you think is the AQI right now? Okay. This is good variance, right? So I think I was just checking, the nearest air quality monitor is showing 46 or something, which is fine. I think our standard is 50 is what, like anything under than, like less than 50 is healthy air for us as per our standards. So that's what we do. We try to plug information gaps in air pollution. Air monitor data is just one aspect of it. There is, in the air pollution science, there's a lot of information gap. and urbanemissions.info tries to plug in those gaps. And it's a very small team run by Dr. Sharad Buttikonda. He has been doing it for the last like close to 20 years now. Currently, we are just a team of 3 people, but we do take help from a lot of other people. Just to give a brief overview of what we generally do is, one, we try to plug in data gaps, like direct data gaps. These can be satellite, like information from satellite that tell something about air pollution. We do write about air monitors data. Again, there is a lot of science about air, like many cities have just 2 monitors, and statistically 2 monitors is not a representative sample of what is happening in the city. But your newspapers would report data of those 2 monitors as if it is the air quality of the entire city. If that monitor is near a road, no matter how clean your city is, your newspaper would still report that your city is having a very bad air. So we are trying to plug in those gaps of data by doing more research, and we also do capacity building. We conduct workshops for air quality practitioners, policy practitioners, scientists, engineers. And one of those aspects is we build a lot of calculators, which I will show in this talk today. But I'll just start with one, like my main motive of today's talk is, do we really lack information on air pollution and the consequences of it? Like, I don't think so. It is like when you watch a movie right now, every movie is trying to tell you that if you smoke, you are going to spoil your lungs, but you're not going to stop smoking because you watched the advertisement of that sort. Many of my friends actually go out watching that advertisement, getting irritated by that advertisement, and smoke up and like come back into the theater. So I don't know if something like, I don't want to, because after some time we become numb to these numbers. I don't want to educate anyone now that we actually have air pollution. It is lived reality, especially in the northern part of India, where AQI hits 300, 400. Like after some time, the monitors are not even reporting these numbers right now. So it is a lived reality, and there is no point in actually like telling more and more about like just reiterating the fact that we are breathing polluted air. Research after research says that our life expectancy would have been higher if we had cleaner air. And it's not just about life expectancy, our health would have been better in the years we live if we breathe cleaner air. Then, so I was at a open data session last year where this was the question asked. Because in the open data session, like generally, people were telling that we should open up data sets, and that is a lot of data sets. So if we have open data, more of open data, then we can have more. Then we can actually fight a lot of problems that we have. Air pollution is just one of it. And then one question from the audience was, we actually have data about air pollution. We have a lot of evidence about air pollution. Then why is nobody taking action about it? Then I connected back to my friends who watched this advertisement in theater. Why are they not taking action about it? Even after having a lot of information about what smoking a cigarette would cause. One, again, this comes from my, like, apart from research, I do some theater and I write stories. From that life, there's one insight I have is that people don't get inspired by numbers. People don't want to change because you just give them information. In psychology, there's a term called G.I. Joe fallacy, which means we generally believe that if you know something, you'll start taking action about it. But it is not even half battle won. Just knowing something won't help anything. You have to emotionally get connected to that number, about that evidence. That's when you'll start doing something about it. And if you don't want to believe me for that, there is a very famous psychologist who also said the same thing, that no one ever took a decision just because I show a number or I show some fact. At some level, I have to tell you a story about these numbers to influence, to make some decisions, to get some action done. And to do that, what urban emissions has been trying to do is we are conducting workshops. This is just one workshop we conducted in Mumbai last year, where we are trying to help practitioners, pollution managers, anyone interested in air pollution and managing it, to tell stories, to not just actually show data or just say that your city is polluted and you have to do something, but with whatever data you have of your city, related to pollution, we want to help you build some stories with those data sets, so that you don't just complain but also probably provide solutions that your government should do so and so to reduce air pollution by X percentage. So something of that sort. And also idea was not to make it so sophisticated, because there are a lot of tools today to study air pollution, but I took nearly, like, I'm not even, like, I've been working on it for close to 2 years now. I think I barely scratched the surface. So we want to actually make them accessible to a lot of people. So in one of our workshops, we have a participant from Jharkhand. She's just 14 years old right now. And that was a big win when she was able to understand the tool, build a story. She has some data. I mean, this data is available on internet. We don't want to create new data there. She has some information about her municipality, about state of air pollution in her municipality, and she just Googled these numbers. And using those numbers, she was trying to build a story of, my municipality should do so, and like these things to be able to counter this air pollution, to be able to reduce air pollution. And we have diverse, like in that workshop, we had people from Punjab who were working on reducing stubble burning in Punjab. We had people from Jharkhand, we had people from Mumbai. So these are different cities with different contexts of how air pollution in their cities. The reasons are different, right? In each city, why your air is bad has a different reason. So, but we are trying to educate about these tools that we have built over the years, and how you can build these stories, tell your governments, interact with your governments about reducing air pollution using these tools. So one such is, like, we are trying to build visuals, like these are just data visualization stories. We are trying to build visuals to engage better. The repository is there, it's an open repository. We have been trying to build various kinds. And major thing I wanted to talk about is calculators, is again the tools which we have been building. Mostly we have solved linear programming problems. And these are basically, you have an objective function. For us it is, say, I want to reduce air pollution in my city, I want to minimize air pollution in the city. But obviously we have constraints. We are not operating in a, like, I can easily say that, let's stop going by personal vehicles and air pollution would reduce. But obviously that's a constraint. I can't impose that. So you have an objective function, and then you have you give a list of constraints to that based on your city, the context of your city, and then you solve for it. You solve for, okay, what all I can do to achieve my objective function. So we have been using Microsoft Excel initially to build these solvers. But again, over the last 1 year, I am trying to open source them. We're writing code. There are good packages on Python to do linear programming. But again, not everything requires linear programming as well. Few of them are simple calculators where you just understand the science of air pollution well, and then you can start calculating about what are your variables of interest and how to tune them, like which variable should you touch to get more impact on your like reducing your air pollution. And this, it's not something we are doing completely by ourselves. Like one of the calculators that we had built, Dr. Nipun Batra from IIT Gandhinagar, he built a web application on that. And this is a simple calculator useful for people who are working on emissions from power plants. Is again simple science, simple formulas, but just trying to play with, like, if anyone wants to play with like pollution from power plants, like understand how this pollution varies depending on your variables, this web application will try to solve for that, where these are the 7-8 variables generally affecting pollution from a power plant. So if I say increase or reduce my ash content, then how much would my PM10 emissions be? How much would my PM 2.5 emissions would be? So for us, this is one tool where we are trying to again educate on how changing few variables within power plants would help you in understanding how pollution would change accordingly. And then another thing which I had built was, again, this is a Streamlit application that I had built. This involved some linear programming in the backend. One is a simple calculator. So how do we calculate PM 2.5 emissions generally? Is a weighted concentration where the weights are population in each zone. So say my zone, there are 5 zones in my city, and just assuming that just say this is Tokyo or something. There is 1.3 million per each zone, just taking equally populated zones. And then this is a simple calculator of, okay, how much would the concentration of pollution be if my total is somewhere around 62.2 micrograms per meter cube. Like that is the concentration of particulate matter I have in the air right now. But then I want to reduce it. And obviously, probably I have a constraint that I can't reduce equally in all zones. Probably one of the zones is an industrial area where my ability to reduce pollution would be less. So accordingly, I would play with these numbers and see in which zone if I reduce if I can actually reduce pollution in zone 2 by 73%, then what would my overall average be? This is a simple calculator, but then we try to build a linear programming solver based on it. Now here it is, say I am a city manager and I am trying to, so this data I would have as a city manager, this basic data I would have. It's not like I have to gain this data from somewhere. And I have a target that I want to reduce pollution in my city by 30%. And this is my city data. Okay, I have 10 zones. This is the population of each zone, and this is the concentration of pollution in each zone. And these are the constraints. Obviously, like, as I've said, I can't reduce pollution in zone 1 by more than 40%. Because if I have to really do that, then probably I have to close industries, which I don't want to do. So that is a constraint that I'm imposing, that, okay, at best, like I can only reduce pollution by 40%. So by imposing such constraints, then I would try to, and I want to reduce overall pollution by 30%, then what all should I do? Then the actual percentage of reductions that I should do is, okay, I need not touch zone 1 because initially also the pollution is less in zone 1 and the population is also less. So I need not actually touch zone 1. Like my actual percentage reductions in zone 1 are 0. But if I actually focus only on these zones, zone 3, 4, 5, like instead of randomly fighting pollution in every zone, if I concentrate on few zones, then I'll get an estimate of, okay, I will then be able to reduce my pollution in my city by 30%. So again, this is just default data that we have taken, but based on your city, you can then figure out where you have to focus. So like if you have 10 zones in your city, where do you have to actually focus to get most results? Again, sometimes you can't solve with the given constraints. This is a source apportionment is nothing but what are the sources of your pollution. Vehicles are one, your power plants are one major source. If it is somewhere near Delhi, Punjab during November's, then stubble burning would be another source. So there would be various sources for each city. Again, that's why it's contextualized to each city. But so I've taken one city by default, and as a city manager, I said that these are my constraints. I want to reduce pollution by 30%, and these are my constraints that I cannot reduce emissions from cooking by more than 50%, or by waste burning by more than 50%. But right now, I can't do that because the constraints are too high, and I will not be able to reduce my pollution by 30% with these constraints. So maybe then I will try to reduce my ambition for that matter. Okay, if not 30, let's say if I can do it for 22%, then yes, I can reduce pollution in my city by 22% with these constraints, and based on these numbers you would get for each of the emission, like if you have to reduce emission in cooking by 1%, how much would it cost? We hard coded these numbers. Like for cooking, it's like you just replace your traditional stoves with say electric stoves. Like if that is the measure you want to take, then you can always assign a number to it. Like how much would it cost to replace one traditional stove with an electric stove? So you would put those numbers, and then you will get some number of okay, how much total cost would it incur? And again, these are the stories that we want to tell to the government, instead of just telling that like pollution is high and you have to do something about it. Generally, whenever one thing a personal opinion that I gathered after working on this is that generally municipalities do this work every time there is some public outrage on pollution. Uh, Generally, they would come up with the municipalities would come and uh, start a panel to study air pollution then, and after a few months of it, they would more or less come up with something similar, which I think it can be solved. Like this should be where the work has to start. When the public outrage can start from here. Like it's not just about my air is polluted and do something about it, but it's that we already have so many options to do now. Like what is stopping you from choosing one of these options? So I think better public dialogue begins from there, and yeah, that is what one of our intentions is, to make these tools more accessible. Again, we have so many tools on our website. I've just shown AQI simulator and power plants emissions calculator, but from transportation we have multiple tools. Just for someone who is interested in transportation and emissions from transportation sector, there are multiple tools for that on our website, and most of them are still on Excel, but we are trying to make them more accessible. We are trying to build web applications over them. Uh, this is a GitHub repository that I am working on for this. If students want to pick up a student project, I'll be here, please let me know. Uh, mm, and if you want to build something based on, if you want to, these tools are open to download. You can download them and use it for yourself if you want. If you want to build any of these stories for your city governments, for your municipalities, then the tools are open and you can work with them. But if you're interested in making them more accessible, in making web applications out of them, it is a good exercise in linear programming and all. So yeah, please let me know if any such collaborations can be done. And on our website, we also have a lot of primers on air pollution. Again, just to get the science right, we are not trying to just do a data project with this. It's thoroughly backed on air pollution science and the chemistry of air. So, and we have written a lot of primers on these. We write a lot of research papers also, but the idea was to actually not to intellectualize stuff, but reach to people. So we wrote, there's a lot of doodles and all on our website, just trying to educate on the science of air pollution. So yeah, that's it. That's my talk. Questions?
Thank you for that. So could you talk about any instances where you have worked with any government authorities who have used this sort of models? Because I think most of them would want like data and the sources and other information to take decisions, but I don't think they have access to that. So any instances where you have?
One testimonial I know of is like there are people from Punjab who are trying to take it up, and they are working on stubble burning there. So they want to use these tools. Again, it's basically what we are trying to tell is a story of prioritization, right? Like instead of just saying that do something about stubble burning, then there are few tools on our website which are focused on stubble burning. So there are people who want to who are using these tools now to prioritize. Okay, what has to be done? Everyone knows the problem of stubble burning, but what has to be done? Which geography has to be focused? How much would it cost? Because generally, dialogue is ending there. You want stubble burning to end. We start speaking about it, but you receive a response that it would cost so much, so and we won't do it, like something of that sort, right? So, but if you have information on like no, not just information. If you have scenarios of what all you can do, what all options you have, and this is not very rocket science as well. We are just building small web calculators for this. So with them, if you are equipped with all these scenarios, then I think public dialogue would be better than what it is right now. And it's like just collaborative public solving of these problems. So yeah, there are a few examples right now, but we want more of it.
Thank you.
Hey, hi. So I was kind of hooked on that slide where you said that we are already having a lot of information with us, but where's the action? So I think we are sort of calling out for I think activism that people should come forth and do something about it. So I just want an example like where people might have successfully come out and did some kind of changes and what the exact steps looked like.
Okay, I'm not particularly talking about activism per se. Like, again, I feel like it's completely personal opinion. Activism also can be more educated than what it is right now. Again, as I've said, public dialogue is just ending with complaint right now. I mean, I'm not saying we should not complain, but I think it would have been better if there's complaint plus, this is what you can do. These are all the options we have at hand, and do something about it. Like if that's where activism can go to, I think that would be a better place to be. So, and if you say examples, I read about local examples, but of like if you're talking about environment, then there are few examples generally we speak about, like how Montreal Protocol is a very good example of how ozone layer got protected. So there are a few examples, but in my personal experience, obviously, I haven't come across any one thing yet.
Sure, would like to talk about that personally later. Just one more question, like how do you categorize air pollution? Like I was seeing that you were categorizing pollution into vehicular emissions versus coal emissions and so on.
Okay.
So like how do you categorize like to me pollution is just a pollution, right? Like how
So it's
do you
basically
know?
source apportionment. So what is the source of your bad air, polluted air? So if it is coming from a vehicle, it is transport emissions. If it is coming from a traditional stove where you burn biomass, then that is from cooking. So we do source like I think municipalities conduct source apportionment studies in association with universities in and around the cities. And with that source apportionment, basically it would be a survey data also. Based on that, we have source apportionment data for a good number of cities in the country. At least major Delhi has one, etc. From these cities, you would get this information on what are the major sources of air pollution in that city. Because if you don't know them, you will not be able to fight against it. Like if I say in Delhi, stubble burning is a source of pollution, but only in particular months. So it's not like the single big devil that, like, because that's how it gets portrayed, right? That entire Delhi's air pollution is because farmers in Punjab are burning stubble. But that happens in one particular month, and what is the, like, we should try to quantify it as well. Like, what is the percentage of Delhi's air pollution that is because farmers are burning stubble? Once you start quantifying them, then you have solutions about, okay, how much of my effort should go into that? Because most of Delhi's air pollution is internal. Even during the stubble burning period, most of the Delhi's air pollution from source apportionment studies says that the source is internal within Delhi, not external. So again, that's what I honestly feel that reporting is also not up to the mark when it comes to air pollution. So we are trying to, that's why, like, trying to change those things.
Okay. So I think we are running out of time. If you have any further questions, you can reach out to him in the networking sessions. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Sai Krishna, for such an eye-opener session. And many of us are not aware about that air pollution. Thank you so much. Give it a huge round of applause for Sai Krishna. Thank you. Next, we have Khushi Garg, who is joining us as our speaker for today. and she'll be talking about creative collaboration, merging open source with designing. She's a product designer at Red Hat. This talk will explore the intersection of open source and design. She will discuss the benefits of using open source tools and platforms in designing of the projects, and the importance of community collaboration and sharing knowledge. Through examples and case study, you'll learn about the successful open source design projects and how they can contribute to the open source community. So I'll hand over to Khushi for the session. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Hello everyone. So I'll start with a very obvious question considering we are in an open source conference. So how many of you have or have been contributing to open source in any shape or form? Okay, a lot of people. And how many of those contributions have been not code related? Yeah, okay, I see very few hands. So that is what my talk is going to be about. So something about me, I am currently a product designer at Red Hat. I have been an outreachy intern in the past and a freelancer. Okay, let's get started. So can I even do design contributions in open source? So yeah, definitely. A big reason is that there are currently no contributions or very less contributions from designers in this sector in open source. And often organizations do require more than just code. So you can contribute as a designer, writer, community manager, etc. You can also contribute to documentation and tutorials and also help and participate in community discussion and events such as this event. What else? Is it really needed though? Again, a big yes from my side, since majorly developers contribute to open source and developers are not trained in design. So a lot of times those open source projects are not very user friendly or an or a good experience to use. So there's a huge scope there for designers to contribute to these open source projects and make them much more accessible and easier and fun to use. Also in the process, designers and contributors can definitely gain valuable experience and improve their own portfolio. A few things to keep in mind while contributing are the target audience, platform, the budget, timeline, since open source projects usually do have a limited budget. So that is something we can keep in mind. Again, what kind of contributions can one do? So there are a bunch of options. So you can design logos and icons. There are illustrations for illustrators and artists. UI UX designers can contribute for website and mobile apps, like design for those websites and apps. Brand designers can contribute by building a branding for an app or a project. And again, the last one is design systems. So not to confuse design systems with the system design. So design system is a repository or a guideline of sorts to which which basically contains different kinds of guidelines such as colors, icons, which are to be used in a project to make it look comprehensive, to make it look put together. Yeah, so some examples of contributions that can be done. So for logos, this is a small GIF from a GitHub repository where this person has uploaded a bunch of SVG logos that other people can use in their own projects. The second one is an issue that was raised by a person. They were asking for a Airbnb logo to use somewhere in that project. And they had certain constraints, I believe, which is why this issue was raised and it was fulfilled by another designer. Illustrations. So for illustrations, there are a bunch of free illustration packs available. As you can see, I've added some examples here. And on the right, it's an GitHub repo with a bunch of links, which will take you to more illustration packs that you can use in your projects or further use it to contribute to someone else's project. Web and mobile design. So this is from my project, which I did for Outreachy. So I worked with this organization called ODKX, and this is a glimpse of my work where I redesigned their mobile app to look and feel better. And a design system. So this design system is called Patternfly, and Patternfly is an open source design system which enables teams to create consistent and scalable products. This is sponsored and maintained by Red Hat, which we currently also use in our work. But yeah, again, it is open source. Okay, so moving on. What challenges will I face and how to overcome them? So first and the most important challenge that you can expect to face is lack of communication and ownership. So open source projects, usually people mostly talk asynchronously, they are in different time zones. So there can be a lack of communication. You might not receive feedback or responses to your questions very, very quickly. So all you can do there is be proactive and be patient. Second challenge is lack of resources. Again, usually open source projects are, they have limited budget and limited resources. So there you can be creative and resourceful by using free and open source design tools. Some of them have been listed here. So first is Material Design, which is a design system by Google. Second is Figma Community Tab. So Figma, I hope people know about it, but Figma is a design tool, which is currently the industry standard. So they have a whole community section, community tab, where people create elements and post there. So you can use that. And then there's this another link for more open source tools for designers. How should I get started? So how I got started was just searching on GitHub these few keywords called design or logo or UI UX, etc. So searching on GitHub these keywords, they will lead you to open issues or repositories with these elements, with these keywords, and you can proceed from there. Another resource is this community called opensourcedesign.net. I've added a screenshot here. So what this community does is they collect a bunch of resources, open issues, open jobs, etc., which are for open source designers. So you can refer to this website as well. What are the opportunities? So firstly, I'll start with Outreachy, which I was a part of. So Outreachy, similarly to GSOC, they have a bunch of issues. Again, most of them are code related, but I was able to find approximately 20 to 30% issues which were not code related. So those were design or writing related or management related. So there's Outreachy, then there's GSOC. I believe GSOC is pretty popular, and a lot of students do intend to, you know, work for, like, be a part of GSOC. So if you are not very confident with your coding skills yet for newbies, GSOC also does have a few non-code related projects which you can apply to, which you can contribute to. Next is Hacktoberfest, again a very popular one, I believe. So Hacktoberfest also does have design related issues that you can find on GitHub using the Hacktoberfest label, I believe. Yeah. Now just some bonus tips. So make sure your work is high quality. Do not take any open source work very lightly. Usually open source projects are used by a much wider audience than how many people contribute to it. So make sure your work is high quality. Make it easy to use also. Make sure to document your work and process, because even once you have stopped contributing to your project, there will be a lot of people after you which will be contributing and using whatever you've done. So make sure to document your work and process, and also promote your work. Promoting your work helps you and your project in two ways. Firstly, it increases your own credibility. You can add it to your own portfolio, and also it gives the project more visibility. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you. questions?
Hi, I'm Sanchayan. Very interesting talk on open source design. I had a small question about the UX part of the design talk. Now, with the development, the code development we do, we have test cases, we have unit tests, integration tests. But with design, how do you measure how well your design is doing? Like, for example, user interaction and all we can do with our own app, but open source apps will typically be private or it won't collect data, right? So how do we usually measure it?
Okay, so usually either that can be measured. Okay, if it is not that easy to measure, one can always follow certain guidelines or certain good practices that are around. So one that can be done also internally. Like I would give you example of my organization. We can always do internal researches and stuff to see before and after how a certain design is impacting the business and overall experience.
We're talking about internal testing itself within the open source, within the contributors. Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions?
I want to extend to his question. You said you can internally discuss to your designers, but if you're contributing on open source, you're the only contributor, you're kind of a IC. How do you decide that what you did is correct or not? Or why, if just a example, if you just raise the GitHub, if you get rejected, how do you decide that why was it rejected?
Yeah, okay. In open source, again, that is one of the challenges that you can face. But you can always interact with the community, not just the designers. So the person who has rejected your request, let's say, you can always ask them that what is the issue, right? Or like while submitting a request, also you have your own reasons, right? Why you think that this is an improvement, or maybe you are already replying to a existing issue. So obviously you can have your own reasons, your own explanations for that, and you can always ask for that from the community, from the developers, that why has this been rejected. From my end, I think this solves a certain problem.
Mainly communication.
Yeah, mainly communication again. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Khushi, for such an insightful session. I hope the opportunities that you have shared may be benefited to all of the attendees who are present over here. Moving forward, how are you all doing till now? Is it good? Is it great? Is it awesome? Let's give it a huge round of applause for Khushi, guys. Okay. Moving forward, we have a next speaker whose name is Siddhant, who will be joining us today. His topic is optimizing NGO data pipeline and insights into data Dalgo. He is a senior data engineer at project called Tech for Dev. Siddhant is a passionate software developer and data engineer with 5+ years of experience in delivering impactful technology solutions for nonprofits and businesses. He is specialized in data integration, consulting, and product development. He led teams to drive innovation and improve processes, notably through the contributions of open source projects like Airbyte. So I'll hand over the stage to Siddhant. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddhant. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddhant. I'm from Tech for Dev. Um, I lead data engineer at Tech for Dev. Part of we work with nonprofit which help which help with data and tech capacity building that within the NGOs. Part of it we have built Dalgo, which is a open source tool, which is a ELT tool, which a lot of NGOs are using it right now. So how we came up to this? So we saw in 2022 that a lot of these NGOs was not able to manage their data pipeline, and they were really struggling with data merging and transformation, data analysis and visualization, building custom data pipelines for their use cases. They were not able to do like data quality checks and governance. There were no good practice for that. Also, tech, uh, tech resources were really expensive to them. Uh, so they couldn't hire them. So because of that, they can't build this pipeline. So that's a like major problems which NGO faces. So we worked with couple of NGOs to do the POCs. We built a low-cost data platform um, working with two NGOs who, and this is the ELT tool which merge data from multiple sources into a single warehouse. So they can visualize their data or manage their pipeline very easily with this. They don't need to they don't need a developer to work with this, and this is a low cost and no code solution for them. And one of the great things which we did, we integrated dashboards into the platform. So once they build the pipeline, they can quickly visualize the superset. Also, as part of the whole pipeline, we made sure that everything they have as their data, they store it in their warehouse, not ours. Um, so these are the key features as part of the Dalgo. We have over 300 data source connectors and destination connectors. So basically, if someone is using Google Sheet and they want to pull data from Google Sheet and push it to warehouse, this is one of the way to do it. On top of it, you can also build this custom connectors into the platform because it's open source. I'll then talk about a bit more into detail uh, what platform we are using for this. We have built over 8 custom connectors for these NGOs. Also integrated Elementary, which is a data quality tool. Um, then for a lot of these NGOs, since they don't have tech capacity in their organization, we made sure that we build UI for transformations where they can drag and drop certain things and they can clean their data and visualize it after that. And we also built superset usage dashboards into the system. So if someone is using superset, they can visualize who's using the dashboard, who's opening the certain charts or certain dashboard and all that. And since in NGO sector, they have a lot of people in their team, so we make sure that certain people have certain roles so that they cannot break the pipeline. So only manager can manage the pipeline, not everyone else. So this is the Dalgo platform overall structure. So as you can see here, we are using like 4 to 5 open source tools. So first I'll talk about Airbyte, which is a data ingestion tool. You can build connectors in Airbyte, and then pull data from one of the source and push it to your destination. Then we are using uh, DBT to do the certain transformation like cleaning, data aggregation, all that, like whatever you need for dashboard logic or business logic, we do that in DBT. It's a SQL plus Python based tool. After that, we have something called Prefect. Prefect lets you orchestrate your pipeline. So every day, if you want to run your pipeline at 10 p.m. at the night, it will automatically start doing that every day and push it to your warehouse, basically. And as part of it, after all this pipeline, we also made sure that they should be able to see what are the data gaps in that. So we are using something called elementary, where they can see how many data models they have written or how many data gaps are there in their data, basically, or their sources of data. These are the, like, in the left side, I'm showing Survey CTO Comcare. These are the connectors which we have seen NGOs uses mostly, and we have contributed back to Airbyte so that everyone can use it and benefit from it. That's the power of like open source. And we have Superset, which is a data visualization tool. So once they build this pipeline, they can visualize data through the Superset. Also, like Superset is embedded into the Dalgo, but you have other choices as well. You can use Power BI, Tableau, Google Data Studio. Also, you can use other ad hoc analysis and use the data for machine learning as well. So like this is the whole architecture. Right now, we only support Google BigQuery and Postgres as our warehouse, but we can expand if we see more use cases, basically. So I'll talk about C4GT mentorship a bit. So C4GT was an open source initiative from the government. They wanted a few young people to contribute back to public sector. So we decided to hire some of them last year, and one of them was working with me to build Airbyte connectors, which we contributed back to Airbyte. So as part of it, like we made him participate in the hackathon, which Airbyte does every year 2 times. So he was, once he started learning that or started knowing that he can build connectors, he he contributed some 8 connectors into the Airbyte and fixed lot of the issues with the connectors in Airbyte. So like these are the some of the wins he had last year. Like he won Hackathon 2023, then Oktoberfest 23, and then Airbyte Hackathon, which is the latest, like 24. Not only this, like with this, they also he thought like he should not only do this from his college. He started expanding this and more people coming into this and contributing back to community. So I'll talk about a few use cases for Dalgo. So this is a Shri organization which works with sanitization and health rights in India. They make sure that public health, that the NGO dedicated to improving public health by providing access to clean sanitization and promoting hygiene practices in underserved communities. So they work in Bihar, Jharkhand, these areas. So when we met them, they were managing Kobo toolbox to collect data from, and they were cleaning this data, pulling this data from R and cleaning it in Strata code. Strata is another programming language, basically. Pushing it to Google Sheet, and from Google Sheet, they were making dashboards into Looker Studio. So we saw like, so someone from their developer team has to do this every day. So if she's not available, dashboard were not getting updated for multiple days. So a lot of dependency was there. Then the team bandwidth was not there to build it to automate this. And also daily reports. So like their beneficiaries, they see these reports every day. So they used to create this manually every day so that they can send this to their beneficiaries. Also, with R, they were only able to pull 30K records at a time, and there were more. So there were a lot of challenges they were facing. But with Dalgo, what we did, we built a connector in Airbyte. We automatically pulled data from Kobo Toolbox. We did the cleaning in DBT, and then we pushed it to their Looker Studio. And we orchestrated it so that every day it pulls the data, clean it up, and push it to their warehouse so that everyone can see how the dashboard is being updated regularly. So with this, they were able to solve a lot of problems. They were not able, like manually, they don't need to intervene anything. They just need to see how the pipeline, if the pipeline is working every day or not. They just need to monitor that. And then similar use case we have with A.T. Chandra Foundation. It's a really big NGO and which tackles with silt accumulation in water bodies across 9 states. And they collect a lot of data through different sources. And then these are the sources they were using: Avni, Glyphic, LMS, Vowel LMS. So Avni is a data collection tool. Glyphic is a chatbot application, a WhatsApp chatbot application, and Vowel LMS is the training where they have to train certain people to use these apps basically. So they were creating these videos so that everyone can see how to use these different apps. So the main challenges was they were not able to consolidate, like the consolidation was tough for them because every data sources, they have their own dashboards, and from their team, they were not able to maintain and scale this further. Um, so we solved this problem with Dalgo. We built internally Glyphic, Avni, Vowel LMS connectors. We started pulling data from that. We did all the cleanup in DBT, and then we pushed it to their warehouse so that they can visualize it or their now with this pipeline, their data, all the data they had was stored at one warehouse so that they can cross-check or they can holistically get the view of all that different data sources which they were using. So we solved this with ATCF. Um, yeah, so these are the product roadmap. Last quarter, we built role-based access control, data statistics, data quality dashboard, and log summarization. So I just talked about what role-based access control was. So, like different people have different roles in the organization, so they can assign those roles to manage these pipelines. Data statistics. So once you have this data, the raw data which you are pulling, you need a quick way how the data structure looked like how many nulls are there, how many duplicates are there. So this way, this shows that data quality, data statistics, this shows the dashboard in that way. And then you can quickly know like how the structure of your data is so that you can do the certain transformations after that. Then we built data quality dashboard. I was just talking about elementary. So we built that internally. So as part of the pipeline, we write a lot of test cases so that when we pull data from these sources, we made sure that whatever we are using should be present at the dashboard level. So we started writing those test cases, and those test cases they can see in this data quality dashboards. And then since we were using a lot of this open source tools, they were not able to understand, like NGO were not able to understand these logs basically. So we used AI, ChatGPT into the system. We throw logs there and we get the like more readable version of the logs so that they can understand what they need to fix in order to fix the pipeline basically. Um, Next few quarters, we are focusing on platform scalability. So far, we have 12 NGOs, 50 plus data pipelines, more than 20 lakhs of data running through the system. And then we should be able to scale it to 100 NGOs using the platform. So we are making sure that we can achieve that in next few quarters. Then notification system, we are building so that they can get emails of how the pipeline is doing. Also, they can get like in the Dalgo platform itself how the platform is doing right now. And LLM enabled data exploration. So this is one of the big feature which we are using with LLM, where we will throw whatever the data we are pulling into the LLM, and we'll ask for quick insights from the data, like how many nulls are there, or how like if I want some if I'm running some program, how my program is performing. So all that you can get that from here. So these are our partners, different partners. They work with, so like these NGOs are work across sectors. So some work with education, some work with health rights, some work with nutrition of child, and they see that. Some work with farmers. So we have this broad partners list. So since all of this are open source, we really appreciate if someone wants to contribute. We really help them. And then you can scan this through, and this will open the GitHub link for you. And you can create issue, like you will see like some issues. There are good first issue. You can start picking that, solve some of the issues. And you can chat with us on Discord, and we will help you contribute to this. We're also hiring here. So we're looking for engineering manager and software developer. So we thought like a lot of tech people are here. So I will use this opportunity to hire some people. And if you are really interested, come chat with me. We'll do a 15-minute interview here only. Yeah, that's it. Any questions?
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was really great. I just had some questions about the infrastructure part. So, like the warehouse, the Postgres, and I think you said Google BigQuery. So, do you help the NGOs to set up this infrastructure on their own, like premises or something?
Yeah, we help them. We have documentation also, so we will provide that. And if you're not able to do it, we will set up a call with you. We'll help you out with like we do that with every NGOs, and we see that not many NGOs can do that. So we help out with these things. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
At last, if you have any more questions, or if you want to know more about Dalgo, you can scan this. It will.
Hey, I'm interested in the like, interested in knowing how do you solve the role-based access control? What is the design of that?
So we use RBAC system. Basically, so like if suppose users are coming into the platform and we assign certain roles to them. And with those roles, they can only see certain part of the platform, or they can access certain part of the pipelines basically. So if someone is assigned analyst, they cannot edit or delete the pipeline. So it's designed that. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. So, what is the permission checking engine? Is it like in-house build or?
Yeah, we like we'll have someone super admin who will give these permissions basically, and then certain people can get on board. And as part of the onboarding also, we set them as we give them a role when we invite them basically through the mail, and then they can accept that, and they will then have certain access to the platform.
Got it. Thanks.
All right, if we have any more questions, I think maybe we can ask him in the networking area.
Yeah.
He'll be around.
I'll be around here, so you can talk to me more.
All right, thank you so much, Siddharth, for such a good talk. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. Again, there's space here, so in case if you want to occupy the seats in the front rows, you can come ahead. All right, speaking about our next speaker, Kailash. He's an educator and entrepreneur based in Bangalore. He founded Ampere Works and a DIY hardware venture committed to innovative and no-nonsense engineering solution. His topic is From Concept to Creation, the journey of an open source watch proprietor at Ampere Works. So whether you are a seasoned developer or a curious maker, the session provides a comprehensive view of what it takes to bring a complex DIY hardware project from concept to reality. So let's give a huge round of applause to Kailash for his talk.
Thank you. Talk. So yeah. Yeah, this is my talk's entitled From Concept to Creation. Basically, the journey of making a hardware product and trying to realize it, right? So I'll start with a bit about me. So I am was just introduced. I'm an educator from Bangalore. I teach at a high school. That was just me a year ago. This is what happens to you in academia in like a year, basically. They wear you down quite a bit. Besides, when I'm not teaching high school, I teach them basically electronics and 3D printing. So I've kind of weaseled my way into a high school without doing a B.Ed degree, basically. It was the few things that you can teach because there's no structured curriculum course yet for those kind of things. So I have been making things for a very long time. So a little bit about me. I spent most of my childhood in my dad used to work for a telephone manufacturer, Remington Rand, back when they made like landline telephones. And so I spent most of my childhood inside a telephone manufacturing plant. So just watching electronics manufactured, I was fascinated from a very young age. So I've made a lot of DIY amps, guitar pedals, all that through my 20s. Got interested in music. So last year I founded this company called Ampere Works, primarily to get people making hardware here in India, which I find there's a kind of a divide between people DIYing their own hardware. It's kind of looked down upon here in a weird way that it doesn't really make sense, because it's not like we have a dearth of nerds. The nerd culture is really strong. But it turns out that if you make something with your hands, you are relegated to be a craftsperson and not really like serious about what. And not only that, you don't also feel that those kind of skills can be brought to bear on everyday life, right? So it's, you wouldn't fix something in your own house, you just get an electrician to do that. Even though, I mean, it's quite simple for, if you can understand software pipelines, I think the electrical system of a house is not very complicated. It's just a weird cognitive dissonance that people have. So I just wanted to solve that. A company in the template of like something like Adafruit, basically, so that sits between the hardware manufacturers and the DIYers, so that we can facilitate DIY. So yeah, to that end, I basically wanted to make a kit that would be the like a gateway into making and all of these things. So this was the T1. It's like a wearable that's using an e-paper display. You build it from a kit. It's network enabled. It has Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, all of that stuff. We intend to use it. You use it as a watch, but technically it's using Arduino code, so you could program it to be whatever you want. One of the suggestions that we've gotten is you should add a button to this and make it a set of dice. Because if you are a D&D player, or like even if you play Monopoly or something, you know, those games can go like hours, right? So instead of using an emissive display that consumes battery, you could use an e-paper display that would only that would help for these kind of like periodically updating applications. Yeah, so you could program it to be whatever you want. So that's the idea. So the broad challenges of making something like this. So there are three basic ones that I want to talk about today. So the double-edged sword of e-paper. E-paper is excellent. It's an amazing technology. Consumes almost zero power when not updating, but actually consumes a lot of power while updating. But that's actually, the technical issues are not the biggest challenge with e-paper. It's the economics of it, because Amazon is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. They have almost a monopoly on the e-paper technology in a way, because they brand it e-ink, which is the same broad technology, but you can't patent a whole technology. So they have a particular brand name that they use for the Kindle and all of this. The second is the choice of microcontrollers. There has been almost like a revolution in DIY microcontrollers over the past few years, because from Arduinos to ESP32s to all these things, like basically there's a huge plethora of microcontrollers that you could use. In fact, it's a paradox of choice. Trying to nail down which microcontroller to use is actually the challenge now, actually. Timekeeping, yes, this is, turns out if you want to make a watch, it's actually kind of challenging to do timekeeping completely in software. You still need a hardware component. So these are the three things we're going to be talking about. Right, why e-paper? I think it's because it's geeky. It appeals to the inner bibliophile, right? So it's like looking at a page, which is, I think, half the selling point of something like the Kindle or something like that. It looks completely different from any other pixel-based display technology. So yeah, and it's also rare in the landscape of commercial wearables, except for Pebble, rest in peace, because again, I think it was because of the unit economics of e-paper that Pebble was not able to compete. Otherwise, it's a great idea, and it's a unique looking display for sure. Yeah, so minimal power draw for periodically updating content, right? So it doesn't draw any power once the screen is updated and refreshed to a particular display thing. It doesn't draw any power. The T1 especially was designed to be a DIY kit. It's so that you can integrate a product and see what it's like to make a basic wearable from scratch. What are the broad what are the broad components, all of these things, so that these things are not black boxes. It is not meant to compete with existing smartwatches, which are a race to the bottom of like how we can get sensors, how many sensors can we pack into it, right? Like, do you want to put a heart rate sensor, you want to put a EKG, EEG, whatever measurement you want to put into it. Samsung's doing continuous blood pressure monitoring, which is all cool, but this is not what this is. This is a complete different thing. It just shows the time. It can maybe show your little art or doodles if you want. You can program it to do those kind of things. Yeah, it's explicitly simple, and it's designed to actually decouple you from your phone a little bit. It's not doing notifications and all of that stuff. So what is e-paper anyway? So it stands for micro-encapsulated electrophoretic display, which is a mouthful. And if I just want you guys to, again, high school teacher, so I think I bring it back to a high school demonstration that you must have seen at some point. This is how it's electrophoresis, which is the idea that you put a charge between two plates, and you move compounds based on their electric charge. They move a certain distance based on how the compound is inherently charged. So you get this physical movement of organic molecules in this case, but it could be an inorganic molecule. As long as it's a charged particle, you basically it's like, it's like electrolysis or anything. It's the inverse battery, right? You put a charge on these two plates and you move particles because of their inherent charge. So this is the structure of your e-paper display, right? So there's a top plastic layer on top, and then there's a transparent electrode, which is there for most display technologies, including LCD. It's just a indium tin oxide layer on top. Then you have these microcapsules, which lead to the actual not pixel-looking part of this display, because if you've ever wondered why, and I think people who work with fonts would know this, right? Why a thing looks different on print versus why it looks different on a display, because of the idea of there are no fixed pixels. There are cells, there are dots on a piece of paper that are allowed to bleed into each other, so that gives you the nice smooth inbuilt anti-aliasing of text on print as opposed to a display. So that gives e-paper its like unique structure. It has these micro capsules, which are basically filled with these white and black particles, and one of them is charged positive, and the black is charged negative, and the white is charged positive. And then basically you apply a high voltage charge on those two electrodes, the top and bottom, and that allows these particles to migrate. And how long you apply that charge will because there are actually physical particles moving, how long you apply that charge can determine the contrast of the display, like how much of the black moves and how much of the white moves and all of this. It also includes, basically you have to think of the order of operations when you are doing this. So if you want to change it from black to white, you'll have to send the black down and then send the white up. It's not you can't do it instantaneously because these things are physically moving objects. The chip that makes it all possible. This is the Seed Studio Zhao. It's a ESP32 microcontroller. It's kind of it's got all the features you need to get up and running out of the box, basically, with minimal messing around. It doesn't require you to spin your own PCB because of how the features that they've integrated into it. It has inbuilt battery charging, which is kind of a rarity among microcontrollers for DIY. It is way overkill for this application, really, because what you would want to put in a watch or something like that, say a Philips Hue or some IoT connected thing that just has a few bits to deal with, right? Like time or just changing a light color or something like that. You'd put an ESP8266, which is a universal thing. It costs almost like $80 a pop in retail, and much cheaper as a large manufacturer. But this was chosen because, again, ease of use. It has Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, so it has a high hackability factor. You can customize it to do various things. It could give you quotes, it could give you location-aware messages, it could give you anything you want, because it has the requisite features to do that. The only thing that is actually missing is it's not dual core, but actually that's kind of okay, because I think that's a battery hit that you can't really take with a wearable. But yeah, also it uses Arduino and MicroPython, so you can pick your flavor of programming language you want to use for it. Right, the challenges of timekeeping. So this is, you think that, like, I think we are almost at the, like a golden era of like physics understanding. You'd think that there would be a way that we could get past the idea of using an oscillator for timekeeping, like something that's actually physically vibrating so that we can count the number of vibrations and then keep time. But turns out there's actually no way to sidestep that. The best thing to actually is to have, so the first oscillators were they were the pendulum clocks. This was in the 1700s, earlier. And anyone who was into mechanics at that time, Galileo, Kepler, Newton, anyone worth their salt and who was into mechanics made their own kind of escapement, which is basically how you have a wheel that moves the pendulum given its time period, given the length of the pendulum. And they created more and more complex escapements. And the incentive there was to get a clock that would work on a ship. Because without a stable ground reference and something that's constantly shaking, you wanted a clock that was stable, right? So we moved away from pendulum clocks, we went into spring-powered escapements, all of these things. A kind of tangent in the 1960s, late 60s, was this thing called the Bolivia Accutron. It's a transistorized watch. It's the first transistorized watch. This was before they invented quartz crystals, and basically, it was kind of a watershed moment in timekeeping when they invented the quartz crystal. But this was kind of the last bespoke mechanical attempt at making a watch. So it's half transistor. It uses an electromagnet to actually move this like weird pendulum in the middle, and it uses the transistor as a feedback loop so that it keeps it in line, basically. Again, it uses an oscillator, but it uses an electronic component to keep the oscillator from drifting. And then we invented this guy, which was the quartz crystal, which is in all clocks that are reasonably accurate, except Rolexes, which that's why you have to go and like, if anyone has owned a Rolex or know of Rolexes, you need to actually go and get them adjusted every few years because they drift. They're actually mechanical. Most mechanical clocks drift. So it's actually much better to use a quartz crystal. And this basically vibrates at 32,768 hertz, which is a power of 2. So you divide that by 15, 2 to the 15, and you get your 1 second pulse, which powers basically all clocks for the past, I don't know, 30, 40 years. Even the cheapest ones. So it's an interesting thing about timekeeping, that you always need a vibrating membrane to keep time. Right? So a bit about how the actual product was made. The cases were, like, as you can see, were 3D printed on this commercial like the cheapest 3D printer that I could get. This is also an interesting thing to see the field move, the 3D printing field move, because over the last few years, I started out like 4 or 5 years ago where the only game in town at the budget end was the Ender 3. And the Ender 3 is a notoriously finicky machine for anyone who's owned one. It basically prints 2 out of 3 times, and the rest of the time it fails. So it's not really good for printing large-scale things like this. And like a large batch of things. But this is the Anycubic Cobra. So the same 15,000 rupees or something gets you a very, very good printer, highly repeatable. Not the best quality, of course. Now the game is quality and speed. That is what the 3D printing game is all about. If you pay more, you get more quality, you get higher speeds, the Bamboo Labs X1 or something like that. What the case was designed in, it was designed in Tinkercad, which is, I would say, is like the gateway drug that Autodesk uses to hook people young, I would imagine, because once you get used to that, you have to use their applications later. So they have an incentive to use it, but it's an extremely free, powerful free web tool that you could use. And it's intended to be used by children. So it's like completely, you could just pick it up, learn it. It has its limitations. There are Shaper 3D. There are various other 3D modeling softwares which are more geared towards 3D printing, which slightly different from modeling for like graphic rendering or video games or something like that, because those actually deal with only the external facade of the object. They're the mesh, the outside bit. While a 3D printing design software really needs to worry about how these planes intersect. So I found that you design something in Blender, you import it into a 3D slicer, and it turns out actually it's not really possible to print, because it assumes that like these walls are 0 thickness or some really stupid things like that, which that's why you'd want a software that is geared towards 3D printing, even though there are much more powerful design softwares. This was the workshop. This was at the DevFolio offices in Indiranagar. They were gracious enough to give us their space for one day to do this as an experiment. So we got people to sign up, and we ran them through a primer of basic electronics, and they were just asked to build this from scratch. It was quite a harrowing thing. It took much longer than expected because you have to account for the various skill differences, and also it's not that all of these people are engineers. Some of them were game developers, some of them were lawyers. They didn't all come from a technical background. But I think they really enjoyed building it from scratch, and it was a very interesting experience to have this kind of thing. I have never, the reason why I wanted an event like a build along or like a hardware hackathon like this is because I've never experienced this in India. Like there are a lot of talking about it. I've been to a bunch of maker spaces, not maker, like maker fairs, and there's a lot of B2B interaction and all of this, but very little B2C interactions about like actual physical making. So yeah, just one more. Yeah, so that was this is the final thing after 6 hours. We thought it would take like 3 hours. It actually took 6 hours to get everyone to make the thing. And a lot of learning along the way of like how to optimize the kit so that it can be made by other people. So yeah, that's the end of my talk. You can find me at AmpereWorks on Instagram. Ampere.works is the website. We will be selling kits at the Absurd booth, and I'm open to questions. Yes.
Does anyone have?
So the screen, you can get it off, right, you could get it off this site called, there's this local reseller called RoboCraze. They're in Kamanhalli actually. But Waveshare is the manufacturer of the actual display. Yeah, so they use there is a Chinese company called GPD who makes, not the GPD that makes those little handheld computers, the different GPD, they make e-paper displays. And Waveshare is basically used theirs with a custom driver board. Yeah, you can get it off here, you can get it off like Robu or any of these electronic websites has this. It's a 200 into 200 pixel display. Yeah. RoboCraze, ROBOCRAZE. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kailash. Can we have a round of applause for Kailash? So for the next part of the schedule, there's a small change. So we, instead of having talk by Khushi, we'll be breaking out for lunch, and then we'll be having talk after lunch. So let's be back in an hour. So it's 1:10 now, so let's try to be back by 2:10, and then we can have Khushi's talk. Right. Thank you so much.
it? It was good? Okay. Let's get started. So, next session we have lined up, and we have Khushi as our speaker for today. So, talking about Khushi, so she's the organizer of Bhopal FOSS, GDG Bhopal, and has mentored at ACE Hack, Hack Bytes, and Hack the Space. Her talk consists of inspirational documentation of some really good user-centered doc in open source, and she'll be giving tips for structuring documentation for good usability and many more. So her talk is around beyond the manual, engaging users with clear and compelling open source documentation. So give it a huge round of applause for Kushi.
Are we good to begin? Hi everyone. So, welcome to this talk. Oh my god, sorry. I did not have to say welcome to this talk. How should I start? Okay. You all had your lunch, right? Is there anyone who's left? No? All right. So after lunch, let's not skip directly to anything like documentation, open source, terminologies, and etc. Let's go through some story. So there was a young man, a doctor, who was traveling via train, okay? Now, he was in the AC compartment, so yeah, the rush wasn't there. And there was no one sitting around him. So he was kind of bored. But few minutes later, a beautiful lady came and sat beside him, not beside, in front of him. Now, his intrusers were like, oh nice, I'll be having a good journey, right? At least. But after few minutes, the lady literally stood up, sat beside him, and she spoke into his ears, whispering, give me all the money and all the valuables that you have, or else I'll shout that you molested me. All right? Now, the doctor actually did not act anything. He just pulled out a pen and a paper. And what he did is he wrote, I cannot hear you, or, I cannot speak or listen. Can you write this on the paper? Now, the lady grabbed it and wrote it on the paper. He literally folded the paper, kept it in his pocket, and said, now shout whatever you want to shout. This is the power of documentation. We use documentation to validate things. We use documentation to literally license our work. We document everything, not only to get the authority, but also to, communicate it to other people. Welcome to my talk. My name is Khushi Trivedi. I am from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. And yes, I'm a part of FOSS United as I organize my city FOSS. So yes, welcome to my talk. These 20 seconds, you all have to bear with me because I'm going to talk about documentation. So generally what we do is we segregate things, right? Documentation are of this many types. Documentation are of 4 types or a quadrant or something. Well, yes, that is a case, and there have been so iconic and classic talks given by so many speakers around the world about documentation types, like this one or this one, like 3 pillars of documentation. But we're not going to talk about that. I'm not saying it's valid. It is valid. It's very important to know the difference, to know what we are building. But let's not focus here, but actually focus on the checklist, all right? Let's make a checklist instead, not classify it, but a checklist. So if you all, how many of you are maintainers or are any organization or something? Anyone? Yes? A couple of people? Pretty much, yeah. So if you all do not want anyone to use your open source project, this talk is for you. If you don't want anyone to use your project, if you don't want anyone to view it, not to be interested in that, please focus in here because this is for you. Do not add a readme. Please don't add a readme because it will be very bad because, your project will actually get an SEO, an effective SEO. It will engage, more into people who are beginners as well as people who really want to find a new project. And it also tells the purpose of the project and all these stuff. So if you don't want your project to be used, don't add a README. Don't add an API documentation. Who wants an API documentation, right? Don't add it. Please don't. Skip the user manual, by the way. The best projects have the user manual. So I am talking to those people who are not interested that people are watching their projects. So if you're the one, skip the user manual. It's of no use. It actually tells about the UX without even using the product, right? And it attracts the users around. So please don't add the user manual. Don't write developer documentation. No one wants the developer documentation if they are not interested in your project. Well, if you want people to be interested in, that's another factor. But yeah, it tells the important developer community about what your project is and what your stuff is. But yeah, you should skip this because it deals with the technical stuff, right? Contributing.md, MD. Who all have a contributing.md? Why do you have it? You don't want anyone to use a project, right? Just skip it. Okay, so these are the contribution guidelines essentially for people who actually don't know, any beginners out here. So it's a contributing.md that tells about the steps, how to use it, how not to use it, but how to contribute it. For example, I'm a beginner. I really want to contribute some beginner level project. I found one, but if it doesn't have a contributing.md, how would I know how to contribute to it, right? So don't add this. Don't mention a change log. Please don't mention a change log, because you know what? It actually tells how transparent you are to your users. And a good open source project only does that. But you are here to build a bad one, right? So don't add this. Please don't add this. It actually tells the bugs. For example, I made a product. I added a button. Now the button is actually not working. So our organization actually skipped it. That, okay, let's delete this. But if you add this change log, those users will stick to you forever because they know how much transparent you are to them, right? So if you actively update them, feel them included, they will use your product, and you don't want that, right? Also, just ignore the architectural documentation. Like, who wants that? No one wants that, okay? Architectural documentation for the beginners out here. I actually, during the lunch, connected with a couple of college students as well. So I'm pretty much happy that I can tell you in a gist what are things. So architectural docs actually explains the entire architecture of your project, how things are working, how things are segregated, what are the classifications majorly, and it delivers an analysis. So if you don't want anyone to use your, again, project, don't add this. Forget the SDK docs. Oh my god, SDKs are so important if you have any. So it actually helps in the troubleshooting processes more, right? So again, skip the license. Documentation is all about license. Some people think just skip it. Don't give them the access. Well, actually, talking into the main terms, skipping the sarcasm. Open source is all about providing who are you focusing on, right? Who are your stakeholders? Who are your users? Who are your contributors? So this license actually gives people an understanding that what are your terms and conditions, who can actually use your product, who can contribute and stuff. Forget the tutorials, please. A good documentation only uses a tutorial. So if you don't want anyone to use your your product, don't teach them how to use it. Simple, right? The simplest one. Don't add installation guide. So how many of you have come across an installation guide in any repository? Many of you, right? That means those are the good projects. So again, skip adding media or snippet. Well, this is a practice which will make the worse. It will make it boring. I mean, in this time, who wants to watch a black and white movie when you have all sorts of VFX and animations, right? So these are the little VFX and animations of open source, and people relate to it. People relate to how screenshots are. They actually know, okay, I have a Windows laptop. They have a screenshot of a Windows laptop. So these are the things, how can I connect with it? People will find it really, really engaging. So just don't add this, okay? The FAQs, frequently asked questions. Every troubleshooting that they want to do, everything that you need to take care of, it's all mentioned in here. So if you don't want anyone to use your open source project, don't add an FAQ, okay? Finally, this all sums up to make your repository, your open source project, a very lonely open source project that sits in one corner of the internet that no one uses. Okay, that was lame sarcasm, but yes, these are the points that you should keep in mind just to go through. And while we are at it, making it worse, let's make it worst, right? Write cryptic comments. So these were just the basic one. Now we comes to what we should be doing. Yeah. So write the cryptic comments. Come on. Like, people need to be communicated. Your stakeholders are there for communication. So Commenting while drafting code will actually make your documentation so much easier. You don't have to bear the hectic, oh my god, I'll code first and then I'll write the documentation. No, actually that should go hand in hand. And while this is an ideology, we have a couple of tools which I'll be sharing at the end. Never use documentation tools again. Do not use documentation tools because it will make your project very easy to build, or documentations very easy to explain step by step. Well, there are some documentation tools that I'll be sharing, as I said. If you want to go opposite, you can, but after all, you don't want anyone to use your documentation, right? Don't write a readable code. Please don't write a readable code. Just type everything in one line. That's what I'm saying. Validates the documents and helps fellow contributors or communities. So it's for the validation. And remember, you're making the worst project. So yeah, just don't write a readable code, right? No redirect links inputs. I personally want any open source project to redirect me to somewhere else where I can find a good video, a good tutorial. So if you're just coding and just documenting it and not making maybe a tutorial for the users, that's pretty much of a hectic thing for them to understand and to relate to your project. For example, if I would have spoken this talk via maybe a video conferencing or something, you would have literally skipped it or might have watched it on a 2x. I know I'm very boring, right? So you cannot do it now. So you are stuck with me for like 20 minutes, and so your users will be stuck with you. Not that bad, but yeah, we call it engaged with you, engaging project that they literally will find it very compelling. Stop taking feedbacks. Come on, you're making a worse repository. Stop taking feedbacks from your users. So feedbacks could not only be on the issues side of the GitHub, but they also can go on to their community channels, maybe Discord, Twitter, maybe somewhere else, Slack, or yeah. Don't differentiate in user and developer contents. So yeah, let me skip the sarcasm for a few seconds. If you need to make a good open source repository, you actually need to segregate. I know I said we should not segregate for now, but yeah, right now I'm segregating it. What is a user-centric document and what is a developer-centric document? You need to actually draw a line. These are the contributors. This information belongs to the contributors and this information belongs to the user. User doesn't want to know the full form of API, right? User doesn't want to know anything related to your product. They just want to use it. If you're not providing them what they actually are looking for, they'll go for some other tool, right? There are endless tools in the world. So if you're building something good, just this is where we draw the line. And at the end, I will show you a couple of examples which actually draw a line of user-centric documentation and a developer-centric documentation. Okay, now we're going to look into what are some bad documentation practices which you might follow if you're making a worst one. So this is a screenshot. It tells, it's from Drupal. Update all versions and their dependencies. This doc is not updated with specific documentation. So the updates have been made centuries ago, and people who are still using it would honestly go to their sites for documentation to understand how it works. But as you see, it had been upgraded so long back. This guide is about D8 media. You can see this rectangle below. It says it's D8 and D7, but if you look the upper one, it says 10, right? The 10th version is active, but the documentation has not been updated. It's all stuck on 8th and 7th. Make sure to not just include media and screenshot, but also of actually readable type of a good quality. This is the worst documentation practices, which I swear I have seen it on the websites of those products, that they actually include so hard to read low quality pictures. Again, don't display ancient documentations, please. This one has been last updated on November 2020. So of course we don't want the outdated content, even if we are the middle users, we are not the new ones, but still we can switch, right? Don't overcrowd information actually. You can see this is literally from the site of Ubuntu. How many of you have visited the site at least? Yeah. So this exact screenshot I've taken from where we download Ubuntu. This is actually flooding too much information for the user. Like, what is this for desktop, for server, for installation guide? You do not have to over segregate things, right? It actually distracts the user and confuses them more. Don't include too many redirecting links. As I said, yeah, continuing with the last point, becomes tough to stay on track, actually. This is again from Ubuntu. They have, within the same point, they have bullet points. Within the same bullet point, they have mentioned 2 links. It's actually hard to redirect. Or maybe use a tooltip. Anyone who doesn't know a tooltip, or how many people know what's a tooltip? Yeah, most of you do. So use that, please. Okay. If any of it coincides with your project, you need to change it ASAP. Okay. These are some very, very red flags for any project or a repository to have. All right. Let's look into some good examples then. What are some good examples? Yes. Visually appealing, accessible, yes. Be accessible for all the humans. As I'm saying, there are people who have accessibility issues. They use a different type of keyboard or a different system to access your documentation, your website. There could be colorblind people as well. You need to make sure it actually adheres with the standards of every human that is consuming your content. All right, make it accessible. Include tables. Tables are much more easy to read because, as we know, human actually scans things instead of reading it, right? So yeah, add snippets just like this. Use of tooltip between the documentation is actually a very good example, because if I am someone who doesn't know what CRI is, I will literally go on the new tab or maybe pick up my phone, go and search it out. That will be a very hectic thing. I know it's just a 10-second thing, but still, we need something really handy, right? Very attractive way of releasing a changelog. This is a very, very good example of how a changelog is maintained. Like, you can literally scan it without reading it. I know it's not readable till the end, but at least you know the updates are made 2 days ago, 4 days ago. Yes, this is how you make a good changelog. This is how you track every change of it. So in case the user wants to go to the back change, which has been made 2 days ago, they will scroll down because they know how to do it, right? It's accessible and it's very attractive. A changelog for a reason, right? Timely update docs, user feedback options. So you must have seen this. Was it helpful? The emoji, or maybe the stars, or a thumbs up, or a thumb down. But not only this, you ask them for a feedback, a genuine feedback. And yes, do mention when did you update it very often, because that's what users needed, right? No one needs an outdated content or not been transparent enough. Use of screenshots and snippets. This itself is a screenshot, and in this screenshot, I am showing you another screenshot how they have actually depicted with an arrow. So these arrows actually make, just an arrow actually makes a documentation very easy to understand for the new users. And who doesn't want new users, right? We need more leads to be generated. Provide examples handy, just like the RHS, like right hand side along with the command description. So they have kept this side as totally blackout, and they have only mentioned all the commands, all the snippets on the right side, so that they show it as an example just in front of the heading. So this is I think this is the Kubernetes website, the official website that they have. A very helpful user guide and tutorial doc. So I think this is from Vue.js. This is the official site of Vue.js. And this is how they are actually providing a user guide and a tutorial that you need to check out the examples, or you need to read out the guide, or maybe try the tutorial yourself. So this is how you actually compel the users which type of tutorial, which type of help do you need from us, right? These are some references for a good documentation. So for a good SDK, we have an AppWrite SDK. Many of you must have known about the AppWrite SDK. Then for the license, we actually have Versailles as more going into Next.js. Yeah, Next.js has a excellent license documentation written out on their official website. Architectural doc could be, yeah, taken an example from Kubernetes. They have the best documentation ever written, I swear. And then Twilio API docs, they have a very compelling API documentation. These are according to me, there are more. And user manual for tutorial, I just show you the screenshot, it's from the same. And a change log, again, that change log was from Gorgeous, or how do we read it? Okay, so fine. Documentation tools, yes. Documentation tools, these three are some of the documentation tools, and the last one is actually an open source documentation tool. So yeah, that's how you go. MKDocs is a Python-based tool which actually has a lot of extensions based on how you code and how you would want things to work. So if you want these resources, the tools, the links to the documentation or stuff, you can visit here. This is where you will also find my socials. If you even 1% liked my talk, I would love to hear any of your feedbacks as well as the critics. And thank you so much for sitting here, listening in front of me. This is my first talk at this big of a conference in front of so many professionals. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, you can scan this for any of the links that I mentioned and my socials. Thank you so much.
Check. Thank you so much, Khushi, for such an insightful talk. Does anyone have any questions for her? Okay. Thank you so much, Khushi. Let's once again give a huge round of applause for Khushi. Moving forward, we have another speaker joined us today. Her name is Lakshmi Teja. Today she'll be speaking about demystifying SBOMS, a deep dive into software bill of materials for FOSS management. She is a senior open source consultant for source code control. With over 7 years of experience in FOSS domain, Lakshmi specializes in managing and ensuring compliance with various FOSS licenses. She has successfully collaborated and with development teams to integrate FOSS components with adhering to licenses terms. She has conducted numerous training sessions to educate teams on significance of FOSS in the software supply chain. Give it a huge round of applause for Lakshmi, and all the best for your talk. Thank you so much. Also would like to announce one thing. We have social media contest going on. So if you post something about the FOSS United, also the IndiaFOSS event, you just have to add the hashtag as hashtag IndiaFOSS 2024. So you can get a chance to win some goodies as well at the end of the event. So please do post about the events, the people you meet over here, the food, everything about the IndiaFOSS, so that you can get a chance to win those goodies. Thank you so much.
everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Lakshmi Teja here. I hope you all had a good lunch and thank you for joining us today. Let me introduce me about myself. As I'm working with source code control as a senior OSS consultant, I have 8 years of experience in the IT industry. Most of my experience is with the open source compliance audit activities. Along with this, before source code control, I was working with Bosch and Siemens as well. Today I'll be discussing about software bill of materials. I think most of us have already heard about the word software bill of materials or SBOMs in our daily activities, who is actively working with open source software in the development phases, or to be more precise, software supply chain environments. These are literally very hot right now. Let's understand what are the important, why is it has become that important, what are the benefits of it, what are the different types of SBOM formats we have right now in the market, and what are the regulations that certain companies or certain governments have been introduced, and what are the future prospects of them. When we say anything about a product or anything, we always look out for the origin of it, how it has started, what are the major activities that has happened around any of the products, let's say. At this point of time, when we are speaking about the SBOMs, we always want to understand what has happened actually and why it has took a major turn in the supply chain environment. To begin with, let's start the history. In 1980s to 1990s, a bill of materials was actually originated in the manufacturing industry, which was to develop the products. They used to have a set of documentation which speaks about the components, what equipment they need to use at what given point of the time, what was the size of the screw, what of the size of the other pulleys or something like that. That was the complete bill of materials. Later part, in the 2010s, when an open source community was formed who were actively working on open source development activities, they understood that they need a software bill of materials to see what are the components inside the software that we have been developing. So that's how SPDX was originated. SPDX was mainly introduced to provide a documentation about the software component with the main of its parameters like its component name, version, licenses, copyright, security references, etc. Then again in 2015, NIST has introduced its switch tag standards from ISO 19770-2. In 2020, ISO standards open source license compliance, and that's ISO IEC 5230-2020 was originated, and it was specially for the open source license compliances. The 2021 was a major turn where traction for software bill of materials has been gained. What has happened in 2021? The first or the major thing what everyone has observed is that Biden's government has introduced an executive order 14028, which was mainly to improve the nation's cyber security. Later part SPDX format, which was already in the IT industry, it has been recognized as a standard from the ISOs, and it has been published as ISO 5230-2021. Later part, the first draft of SLSA has been the Google has drafted SLSA framework and introduced it in 2021. Later part in 2022, Department of Defense has started collaborated with federal agencies from the US government to establish strong security measures in terms of software security when the software is being supplied to the especially US government. What are the standards that any supplier has to follow? Now, in the recent years, 2024, there were major two things happened. That's with SPDX latest version 3 was launched, and also the Cyclone DX version 1.6. Those are the history. When we see about the history, we have seen about so many regulations, about SPDX formats, everything. Later part, when history has completed, now we have, it is like everywhere SBOMs are. There have been certain benefits why it has been so popular and why everyone is started using it. Out of it, the first benefit or one of the benefits we could say is the compliance part. In the compliance, SBOMs help organizations to follow the regulatory compliances and license compliances. When we say about the regulatory compliances, it is like now certain governments have released their standards. Whenever you are supplying a software, they have to send a software bill of materials as well along with it. So to maintain those standards, these compliances will be one of the benefits in the SBOMs. The other one is in transparency. How is transparency a benefit in SBOM? Whenever you are sharing a bill of materials while you are supplying it to your clients or customers, you provide complete list of complete list of components. It will have the component name, license, versions, vulnerabilities, CPIDs, Perl, all the other tags. So what does that? Whenever I see the document, I see that okay, these are the components that this team is using to develop this software. It's kind of transparency to the clients. When you give maximum transparency into your software, it is always that it ultimately gives you the trust from the client, saying maintaining the software integrity. Then next comes enhanced security. How is SBOM involved with the security is that when you have components in hand, when you see there's a certain component has a vulnerability, you don't have to go back, see n number of places whether I have this component, whether I have this version or not. You just have to go to the documents, see the bill of materials and see, okay, I have this component, I have this version and it has vulnerability. So I can directly go fix that issues. It's kind of enhancing the security of the components, incident report, report, response, etc. Improved software quality. When you have SBOM which is regulated, when you have a transparency of the components, what is there in your software, and when you have enhanced security components, all this together will by default improve the software quality. Breakdown supply chain complexity. It's one of the benefits. You can have it in this way that you have the software components in different stages of the software development. When you have the SBOM in place, you will see that okay, this component is used at this stage of point and another set of components are being used at this point of stage. So you'll have a clear understanding of what's happening at what given point of time. Cost efficiency. However, cost efficiency major benefit of SBOMs is like, assume we are in a situation where we have developed a very good software and have been deployed to the customers, and we have given them the SBOMs as well, and sometimes we might have not given them the SBOM. Now there was suddenly one of the person has come back and said that, hey, you have using my component which has this license and it has certain obligations and you are not fulfilling these obligations. Now I am going to sue you, or I have some restrictions on this component and you cannot use it. The client definitely comes back to the vendor who has supplied that software to them and asks them, how can you do that? Why did not you check it at the given before when you are deploying it to that? When issue comes up after it's been deployed, that's when the major now all the development teams has to sit where the cost efficiency, not just in the monetary benefits but also the time of the development teams, and if the legal teams are involved, then altogether a different picture arises. So having SBOMs in place will provide a different benefits, these are few of those benefits. I would like to show a brief analog of what exactly if you don't have a software bill of material. This is one common story where most of us know 6 blind people and elephants and an elephant where they are completely blind and they cannot see the elephant. Each one of them is assuming each one as their own. Few of them is thinking the trunk as spear, few of them is thinking leg as a tree, etc. When you have a SBOM in place, that's how we can see it. We can clearly know whether it's an open source component. When we see a standard, we see whether it's a copyright or not. Okay, this is a license, it's a vulnerability, etc. That's how software bill of materials will phase the software in the supply chain. Now we have seen certain benefits, certain the history of the software bill of materials and the benefits. Now we'll see how SBOM is at different, how is it at the software development life cycle. When it is generated at the design phases, even before the development starts, development teams or the teams associated with that particular product development will understand what, will have a clear picture of approved and not approved components, and they can go ahead and think of whether they need to license and acquire certain components if needed. Source. or we can source phase, or we can say it as a development phase. When a SBOM is generated at a development phase, you will have access to all the components, which when you have an access to all the components, you will be able to see the licenses of those components and the vulnerabilities and also the dependency tree structure. When you know the issues at the early stages, you will have enough time to fix them or find an alternatives to overcome these kind of solutions. And during the build phase, it's when application is ready to release, that's when we start developing, we start building our release artifacts, right? When we generate SBOMs during that time, not just the source source SBOMs, we also get more information on what are the build environment that we are using, what are the other external libraries that being contributed while a release artifact is being generated. When a SBOM is generated at the build time, you can also, that increases trust by enabling signing of the bombs and product artifacts. Analyzed state, it is mainly for those kind of components, those kind of artifacts or softwares which doesn't have a active development environment right now. It's more like say legacy firmwares. Deployed. Deployed is like almost in the production environments, or we can say at any given point of the deployments. At that point of time, we see we get the deployment environment details as well along with the software application. But here is that you have to be very sure that what deployment stage you want to generate the bill of materials. If we try to do it in test environment along with the actual source, we might use it, we might get the test environment details as well, which might not be part of the final deliveries. Runtime. Runtime provides visibility, understand it, when the system is running, what are the external libraries that's being used while the runtime. It's mostly the post deployment times. So these are the SBOMs at different SDLC phases. We have seen so far what is SBOMs, what are the benefits, what are the when can we use at different SDLC life cycles, and what can happen at each point of step. When we say SBOMs, we also heard about a term called SPDX when we are speaking about the history. There are certain formats when every organization or any bill of materials should be followed when you are distributing it. Among them, the one most popular one is SPDX format. It has been originated in 2010s. Later part, it has become a very easy accessible and easy understandable format for most of the organizations to use. What exactly it has is, it's very simple to read. It's mostly in JSON and Excel formats, and you can get a complete details of the components, license, versions, security vulnerabilities, the dependency hierarchy, everything. Along with this, one additional feature of SPDX is it has been certified by ISO 5230 to 2020, and it has been published as ISO 5230 2021. And the other SBOM formats is Cyclone DX format. It has been developed by the OWASP community. The traction around Cyclone DX has started in 2021 when US cybersecurity teams has agreed that this is also can be considered as a standard format. What exactly Cyclone DX formats produces? They give the same inputs along with the SPDX, and they concentrate more on vulnerabilities, security related activities. And another one is SWIT, software identification tags. These are mostly used in software asset management environments, where it gives a unique identification ID to those softwares, and using those IDs you will be able to understand when to update the licenses, what are the patches, how many users are using those particular component, whether it is licensed properly or not. And the another one is the custom documentation. It's more of organization specific, and there are certain SCA tools which generate all this SPDX and Cyclone DX along with the custom documents. So it is all the organization what they want it in that particular document. So those are the SBOM formats. When we see SBOM formats, there are also different type of SBOMs which caters certain services for certain environments. The very first one is software bill of materials, which is a commonly known SBOM, which has all the details which we have discussed so far. Another one is software as a service bill of materials. It is mainly for cloud native applications where it provides a complete details of endpoints, data flows, offering a logical representation of what's inside the application. Hardware bill of materials, it is mainly for the embedded systems like IoT, ICS devices, where it along with the hardware details, it also provides the software bill of materials so that you can get a clear picture of what's happening within the embedded software at one place. Again, machine learning bill of materials, right now wherever we see it's all about AI and ML. This is a new format, all the type of SBOMs that we are currently speaking or has been established by Cyclone DX, OWASP communities. What exactly ML bombs speak about is what are the data the sets that have been inputted, what are the inputs that is been training about all those details. Cryptographic bill of materials, this one is especially for cryptographic applications where it provides complete details about if there are any weak algorithms, all those weak algorithms, all those kind of issues. If it is observed, it provides you the details so that the security is transparent and we don't have to worry about, we will not be able to develop quantum safe systems in case if we find any kind of issues. Operational bill of materials offers a full stack environment of runtime environments including configurations to enhance operational transparencies. Manufacturing bill of materials documents the formulation and manufacturing processes, not just the software components, it also provides the processes how to build the product and how to manage the packaging of those particular products, so that when we are ready to deploy it into the production environment or when we want to create the complete build setup of the product somewhere else, these documents will help us so that we will get minimum errors and have a quality product out of it. These are the comparative analysis. On a daily basis, we work with certain SCA tools and certain tools where we do analysis on different code bases, and we did on one code base on 3 different tools, and these are the certain parameters we have used. And first, out of these 3 tools, 2 are the commercial tools and 1 is an open source tool. File scan are 1180 and the results are accordingly as we have seen. These are the set of components identified here. The false positives, license identified, vulnerabilities identified and copyrights are captured. Just by seeing this, we can never say that the tool 1 is good and the other tools are not good or vice versa. It always depends on what exactly you are looking out of that software bill of materials. When we speak about SBOM formats, there is always some governing bodies who will be looking out for whether the supply chain is following certain regulations or not. Among them, one of the major, or we could say Bible, is EU Cyber Resilience Act 2023, which in simple words what they say is that whenever you are shipping some software into the EU environment, you have to give maximum transparency. You have to develop the software with lesser security vulnerabilities and high quality softwares which is highly secured. So to have that kind of list, we anyways need the software bill of materials which will give you a complete understanding of what's happening inside an application. The White House, Washington, they have done an OS3 where they mostly speak about whenever a software is being supplied to any of the federal agencies or any of the US government agencies, along with the software you have to supply the software bill of materials. MATI, this is an Indian government governing bodies which we have recently observed that they are encouraging to use open source softwares inside the development of government websites and all those things. Right now they have not specially mentioned anything like you need SBOMs in place, but in the future times maybe when open source components or any of these kinds come into the place, it is always that they need to know what's inside this. So that might be one of the future prospects that can happen. These are certain industry standards, ISO 5230-2020 open chain compliances, which mainly speaks about, it's about organizations getting certified on this. When an organization is certified with the 2020 certification, it means that they are completely following all the open source standards, like having SBOMs in place, having auditings in place, contributions are going to and fro, all those details. This is mainly about the license compliances explicitly. and the other one is 18974, which explicitly speaks about the security vulnerabilities and security vulnerabilities. The other one is 5962 2024. 2021, it's an again ISO has published SPDX as an international standards, and every organization can use SPDX formats. Whatever we have seen right now, it's not like SBOM is the end of the software supply chain and it has given us complete details. What are we seeing in the future prospects of SBOM is that widespread across industries. There was a recent survey has happened that all the organizations who are developing a highly infrastructured code will start mandating SBOMs, and it is around 60%. And it's happening that SBOM, the tools which are generating SBOMs are already integrated into CI/CD pipelines in the development processes. And then other one is enhanced interoperability and standardizations, emerging factors for strategic operations, greater integration into AML. This is one thing which every one of us are looking at. There are recent talks going on, like what's exactly an open source AI definition meant, how should it be taken care, what are the parameters, how a document should be there. That's one of the major aspects that we'll be looking out for in the terms of SBOMs. Right now we have seen SBOMs has started with the manufacturing domain, later but it has taken a major turn into the software domain. Now software is considering BOMs as one of the main documentation while it's distributing. So there might be a chance that SBOMs will be spread into the new domains as well, and it gives maximum capabilities and flexibilities for those domains to make it even more secure and all those things. So these are the major aspects that we are understanding about the SBOMs, and that's what happening in and around the world right now. I literally want to say thanks to Prashant. He is the one who has helped me completely along with this. Thank you for that. And do follow us in case if you want to understand more about SBOMs or you need any kind of see what kind of SBOMs you wanted or any other details.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi, for taking out time and delivering such an insightful talk. So can we have a huge round of applause for Lakshmi? Thank you. Moving forward, our next speaker is Natarajan, who will be speaking about Superposition, a flexible, safe, and yet powerful open source configuration management system. Natarajan is a software architect at JustPay Technologies. He has about 20 years of experience in designing, building, and operating large-scale software systems. He is interested in building end-to-end systems that solve sharp problems. Currently at JustPay, he works as a horizontal architect across teams, helping building platforms that multiple teams can leverage to solve big rock problems. So give it a huge round of applause for Natarajan. Over to you.
The demos. Oh, it's on the left. It's fine. That's okay. That's fine. I'm fine. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, thanks, Karthik. Hello. Okay. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks everyone for taking the time and coming over for this talk. So my name is Natarajan. I work at Just Pay Technologies as a software architect. And I'll be talking about something that we've built at Just Pay and we've open sourced, and we believe it will be useful for the software community at large. It's basically a system called Superposition. It's a context-aware configuration management system. Okay, so we'll start off with some questions. How many of you change your configurations in production without really deploying your application? Just a show of hands. Okay, and I can see about 10, 12 hands. Fine. And how many of you have broken production while doing some configuration change like that? I mean, that's more than the first question, so it's okay, fine. So the follow-up question, how many of you, so one of the reasons for why we break is probably we don't check for correctness. So how strict are you with checking the correctness of your configuration before you actually roll it out into production? Do you check them very strictly, or it's so-and-so, things can go right, things can go wrong? Show of hands? Okay. And the last one, the last question, how many of you do you do your configuration changes as binary flips? It's like it's off and the next second it's on, or for all of your traffic, or do you slowly change them? Okay, 1% of my users see the new configuration, 2%, 10, 20, 60, 100. Do you do a slow stagger, right? That's what we refer to as staggering your configuration change. Do you do that, or do you just flip it binary? It's one value in 1 second and it's the another value in another second. Anyone does staggering of configuration changes? Okay, cool. Because this sets the context for why we ended up building Superposition. But before this, right, the most obvious answer once you do all of this is, okay, I could use a database to manage my configurations, right? That's the most standard definition, right? Okay, because I can hold configuration in a database, I can change it without deploying an application, it's easy. But then a normal database doesn't come with a lot of features. Right? So for example, right, checking for correctness is not a very straightforward thing. Right? The most basic thing for correctness is the type of the configuration, right? Whether you want an integer or you want a string. And if it's a string, then maybe you can go to the next level. If it's an enum, it should follow a particular pattern. Maybe database semantics would probably give you ability to check a lot of these things, right? Till maybe about an enum, maybe even patterns, right? But if you want to do deep checks, right? You probably will need some sort of an API to do deep checks, right? If, for example, right, you may have a URL as a configuration value, right? At JustPay, we do have URLs for a lot of things. A classic case, maybe you need a logo image somewhere. Now, it's very easy for someone, and the validation that you can typically put on the database level is it has to be a string, maybe it has to start with HTTPS, and maybe end with JPEG and PNG or whatever, right? Maybe you can put that kind of validation. But a real validation is you want to know that the URL exists, right? If the URL really doesn't exist, you don't want to set that as a configuration value. And we've made mistakes on this. We've put URL changes which didn't even exist. Just because someone pasted it in Slack, there was a typo, it looked like a URL, obviously, you copy paste, just boom, right? We broke production. And as you grow big as a company, right, and a lot of other companies, and particularly when a lot of consumers depend on you, you can't afford to make these mistakes. It becomes extremely costly when you make these mistakes. Right? So a database will not allow you to do all of these checks, right? Yeah, then what's the next option, right? You probably push this into your application logic, into your APIs. But then what that makes is whenever you have to add a new configuration, you literally have to add you have to add some application code or an API code to ensure that those checks happen. So those are challenges that are typically there. So checking for correctness is a much wider problem than what it typically seems to be. Similarly, just as we talked about the case of staggering an experiment, or staggering a configuration change, you can't, typically you just can't use the database to do a rollout, right? You can't ask a database saying, maybe you can drive a random number and then store two values and show one value and another value, right? Maybe you can do some funky stuff with the database to do that, but it's not a native feature that a database really supports, right? But as you grow big, it's staggering configurations become pretty much inevitable, right? Now, in fact, within JustPay, it's almost, it's a written rule, unwritten rule. All changes have to be staggered, whatever be the system. It's not just for code, right? Even for, I think applications probably you'll be familiar, right? You'll have blue-green deployments. You'll slowly start sending traffic from one stack or one deployment to another. So staggering is also an extremely important feature that a configuration system has to support, right? And that's typically not available in a typical database, basic database API solution. There's another use of configuration, another expectation from configuration systems, particularly in SaaS software. How many of you build SaaS software? When I say SaaS, I'll probably define, right? You build one piece of software and then you kind of have multiple customers use it, typically through a web interface. How many of you do SaaS? Yeah. So a lot of you, right? So it's a very classic, and not all of them have all features enabled, right? You'll have some features enabled for some groups of customers and some other features enabled. And a lot of customers will share groups, right? So for example, if you take the case of JustPay, JustPay has merchants and banks, right? So merchants are cohorts. You will have insurance merchants, you will have e-commerce merchants, you will have gaming merchants, and a lot of them have similar configuration requirements, right? And you may typically want to change the configuration for these cohorts kind of together. And at the same time, you want a lot of configuration to be inherited across your merchants as well, right? So a typical database-based configuration system, you tend to replicate your configs. So you will replicate it for each customer. So if you have to go and do a change across all your customers, you probably have to go and edit each record, right? So there's no hierarchical mechanism where you can actually have some configs flow through your entire set of customers based on different attributes, right? So that's also a typical requirement that's not satisfied by a standard API database kind of combination. You can always build something on top of it, but that doesn't come out of box from a standard database offering. So we had all of these problems at JustPay. So, and we had this not just in one team, we had this across teams, right? We had this problem across the front-end teams, we had this problem across the back-end teams. I don't know how many of you were at the Namayatri talk in the morning when Max talked. When we started different units of business within JustPay, they also needed, they needed a lot of configuration, right? So if you take the case of Namayatri is operating in multiple cities in India, right? They're not running 10 different stacks, they're running the same stack, but the configuration needs of what's there in Tumkur versus what's needed in Bangalore is completely different. So at JustPay, one thing that we are encouraged to do strongly is to do a first principles approach, right? So we saw all of these problems. So what did we do at that point? So we said, okay, let's define what a configuration system should do, right? And so that we can build for that, right? So we went back and then we said, what is a configuration system supposed to do? Right? We should be able to define configurations, right? And by configuration, I mean it's a key and a value, right? It's key and a value. That's the general meaning. But we wanted to be very specific, particularly when we said we wanted to be correct, right? The value just doesn't have to be value, it has to be a typed value, right? So that's where we decided the definition of a configuration is basically a key and a typed value. And we also wanted, particularly because a lot of our software is catering to a SaaS kind of setup, we wanted to be able to override configurations under certain domain contexts, right? We deliberately worded this as particular domain context because we didn't want to build something for the payments or something just for the ride-hailing business, right? So the domain could be anything. It could be an e-commerce domain, or it could be a gaming domain, or an insurance domain. So you may be able to change your configurations based on your domain, right? So this is what we wanted to capture the core requirement of a configuration system into one line, right? And this is what we came up with. And if you really see, all the features that we build, or the core of the system actually revolves around this definition, because we wanted to get this definition right. And then That's the configuration system, right? That's the basic requirement of a configuration system. Then on top of it, we also wanted to make sure that all configuration changes are always experimented with before they are released. I mean, when you're saying release, we are saying general availability, right? It's available for all the customers. So they have to be experimented with. I mean, what do we mean by experimented with, right? We just saw that earlier in the talk, right? So you want to expose it to a small set of customers. Look at your metrics. Are you doing okay? Okay, if it's looking okay, you probably dial it up, right? It should be okay or better, right? I mean, it can never, you can't regress your metrics, right? Like for example, like a company like JustPay, there are a lot of merchants relying on us. We can't ever drop the payment success rate ever. So any change, right? We have to always keep monitoring our success rates so that they don't go down. So every configuration change has to be experimented with. So you have to release configuration changes by doing experiments, and you never go and flip configuration values. When you're a very small startup and you're doing a 0 to 1, probably fine. When your customer base is small, fine. When they're forgiving, it's fine. But when you grow big, experimentation just becomes, I mean, it's inevitable, right? And it's not even an option. You just have to do it. So these two slides kind of capture the core requirements of what we set out to build, right? And that's how we ended up with what we call as superposition. So I mean, it's kind of a play on the icon at least. Okay, so the name is basically a play on the fact that the configuration values are superimposed on one on the other. So you will see there's a base value, and then you put something on top of it for a particular context, and then you put, so your configuration value depends on the context at which you are looking at, right? And then that's basically Schrodinger's cat sitting inside a box with like a killing mechanism inside. So you never know whether the cat is alive or dead till you actually open the box. So it's the same with configs also. You don't know the value of the configuration till you actually supply a context and say, for example, in the case of Namayatri, give me the per kilometer rate for Bangalore, right? I mean, you just don't ask, give me the per kilometer rate. There's no context. There's no meaning for that question in the Namayatri application. You always have to say which city you're operating in, right? So that's where the context kind of comes in, right? So that's a brief bit about the icon and the name of the project. So if you really see, it's a context-based configuration management system designed to facilitate safe and flexible rollout of configuration changes. Now, it has two components to it, two separate services. There's one part which is called the context-aware config service, and then there's another one called experimentation service. The context-aware config service is the foundational configuration management system. The experimentation system sits on top of it and manages your experiments using the context-aware config service. So this is the one that lets you do the granular configuration of data, right? Just like what I told. So it allows you to do Bangalore rate is 15 rupees per kilometer, Tumkur maybe it's 10 rupees per kilometer, right? That's what context-aware config lets you do. So if you see, this is and I don't know how many of you are Rust users here, Rust developers. So you'll probably look at, you may be familiar with this format, right? It's the TOML format. So there is a CAC, the configuration format which is built on top of the TOML format. This is how it looks like. So you can actually, it's very readable, right? So the first section, which is called the default config, lists out all the possible configurations in your system, right? So in this case, we are saying for the Namayatri kind of application, there's a per kilometer rate whose default value is 20. And the schema, that's where the type comes in, right? One part of the type comes in. So it says the type has to be a number, right? And then there's a surge factor. Typically based on traffic, you may increase the rates, right? And the dimensions are city, it's Bangalore and Delhi in this example. Vehicle type could be auto, cab, and bike. For those of you who didn't know, Namayatri also operates cabs in Bangalore, the same subscription model. So please do use it. It's not just autos. And then there's the hour of day as a dimension, right? Because you may want to tweak the rate that you charge based on the hour of the day. So the next four things are basically contextual overrides. I think if you read it itself, you'll kind of get it. So you'll say when the vehicle type is cab, my per kilometer rate is not 20, but it's 25. When the vehicle type is bike, obviously the per kilometer rate has to go down, right? I mean, it's 15. And then when it's Bangalore and auto, the per kilometer rate is 22. And then maybe in Delhi, there is a peak hour between 12 and 6 o'clock in the evening, you have a surge factor of 5%. Right? So this is how roughly what a CAC configuration kind of looks like. Right? So there are default configs, So the set of all configurations that your application needs, there are dimensions, which are basically business contexts, which govern for different values of which your configurations will change. And then there are a bunch of expressions and corresponding overrides that are there. Right? This is essentially, in a nutshell, what context-aware configuration is, right? That's your configuration setup step, and then this is all the context-based overrides for all your configuration. And if you notice, so this has been hugely inspired by how CSS works. So there is also, so there are a lot of matching rules, right? The same configuration is override. Both of them are sometimes multiple rules can match and all of it. So we do prioritize the dimension order by implicitly gives them a priority. So the hour of the day is has highest weight than vehicle type than the city. So in case you are wondering which one takes precedence, each of them get a weight, and the weight of an expression eventually is the sum of the weights of all of the conditions that are there. So that's how the context is disambiguated at runtime. Right? So this is in a nutshell how context-aware config looks like. I've shown you a TOML version of it, but we actually have a full-fledged API service backed by a database and all of it, which is more practical in a normal SaaS application. So, but this is easier to explain, so that's the reason why I resorted to the TOML plan. So the next one is the next part, right? The next component of superposition is the experimentation system, which lets you do the A/B deployments, right? Which lets you do two variations. So you have per kilometer rate as 22, and then you want to do an experiment saying, if I raise it to 23, will my ride hailing go down, right? So you can do an experiment. You don't want to turn it to 23 and then see people not using your service itself, right? So you can do that. And it's not just for A/B, it allows you to do n variants at the same time, right? So you can do 22, 23, 24, 25, so that because you want to evaluate the behavior of all of these configs at the same point in time. And it also allows you to dial up these experiments or dial down these experiments fairly easily. Okay, so we talked about the A/B releases, we talked about type and validation support. Well, so on top of validation support, we also realized that, right, things like the URL check that we talked about, right, is not easily possible by any off-the-box system. So we also added function validation support, so you can literally write JavaScript functions to run additional validations in a very controlled sandbox environment, which even has an HTTP client. So typically, you would want to check some values against a database or against an API or for some reason. So we do allow sandbox functions to run additional validations on configuration values. So superposition comes with a rich API support. Every action in superposition has a corresponding API, right? It becomes very, very practical because particularly in this age of ML and AI, you may have a lot of your weights decided by ML models and things like that, and you want to update your configuration values quickly back. So there's rich API support for every action that's there. It is out of the box multi-tenant, so which means that one deployment of a context-aware superposition system will allow you to create separate tenants for your front-end team, for your back-end team, for your database team, for your operations team, or for everyone, right? So it makes it very easy for a single deployment to have isolated configuration management for all of your teams. It comes with an admin UI. I'll quickly take you through the admin UI. So that it pretty much allows you to do all operations that you need in a superposition setup. It also comes with a performant client. So all of this, we can't, JustPay serves a lot of, we do close to, more than, close to 1 crore transactions per day, right, in terms of volume. So it's very hard to do, you can't do API calls to go and get configuration values, right? It has to be in memory. You probably want to even go out of the box. It has to be in memory if it has to be fast, because config lookups are going to be sprinkled across the code base, right? So there is a client that comes along with superposition, which basically caches in an async manner on your pods, so that you don't incur a cost of going out of the box for doing config lookups, right? And it also does the resolution of all the configurations on the client. So superposition does not just come with the service, but it also comes with a client which is tuned for high performance applications. So we're live in production. A lot of JustPay teams are using it. Namayatri is using it heavily. So it's not just software that we've built out and it's just sitting in GitHub, but it is heavily used. I'll quickly walk you through the demo app. It's okay, so I don't know if I'll have enough time for the demo app, but yeah, so this is basically an app that was basically, I was talking about the same thing, right? So you could actually have, I'm switching the city, you will see the logo change, you will see the language change, you will see the rates change and all of it. But more importantly, I think what's more important is the admin UI, right? So the admin UI, I don't know how clear it is. It's probably a little stretched out. Is it better? I don't know. Okay, I don't know how clear it is. Okay, but this is this is the default configuration screen, right? So this is where a list of all configurations are there. So I just want to show a single. So for example, there is this logo, right, for the city that we've added logos. So if you can't really see, there's a key name, there's a schema. I don't know if I'll make it big, if it's going to be better. Yeah, it's a little better. So then you have a default value, and then if you really see, there's a function assigned at the bottom of it, right? There's a function says Axios validator example at the bottom. Now, what does this function do? You will actually see that this function, let me just do this. So this function basically does a simple 200 check, right? So now if I go and try to change, so I already have a pattern for this saying, this has to be of this pattern, right? That takes care of some part of the typing of the configuration. But that's not enough. Now, for example, if I go ahead and change this, right? Let me just remove, okay, let me add a couple of things so that the URL becomes invalid, right? Now, if I submit this, I don't know if I'm still on the network. Did it work? Oh, it did. Maybe, I think the network failed. The validation should have ideally kicked in and failed this change because that was not a 200 OK response. So that's the level of validation that you can do at a single key, right? And then you have the definition of functions. I'll quickly show the experimentation page. So this is where you actually manage your experiments. You can create an experiment. Let me see if I can quickly. So you basically are running an experiment for the cab setup. You're saying my base rate is already 25 for cabs, but I want to run an experiment where I'm saying it's 30 for cabs, right? So you can create an experiment, and then you can start, and then start ramping the experiment, keep monitoring your metrics, and then you can either conclude whether you want to go back to your value that was there based on the metrics, or you want to go with the newer value, right? So that's so that kind of showcases the experimentation setup. There are a few, everything that you can do is available here. There are type templates, there are debugging mechanisms here. But definitely give it a shot. So we have a booth outside in the JustPay area. So if you want to learn more about superposition, definitely stop by so that you'll get a more deeper insight. I'll quickly wrap up after I come back to the slides. Okay. So the crew, there are a lot of folks who have helped us. I think, yeah, Ankit, Ayush, Karthik, Pratik, Ritik, Saurav, and Subhranshu, plus a bunch of folks, without which I think this would not have been possible. And I think, in a way, all of us are fortunate that thanks to JustPay, right, we are able to do open source software as part of our day job, right? It's generally not that easy to do, where your work itself is open source, right? And we are extremely grateful and thankful for JustPay to be supporting us this way, where we can solve problems for JustPay, at the same time take those solutions and offer it out. So please do stand by visit our booth, and there's the Namayatri stall on the first floor as well. So definitely stop by our booths. We are actively hiring across multiple teams inside JustPay, so you can definitely talk to folks who are at the booth. And this is the repository. So GitHub JustPay Superposition. You can scan it. You can get in there, and we are on Twitter as well. So yeah, I think I'm done. Any questions? Please go ahead. No, okay. So you don't have to. So the UI that I showed, you can actually use the UI to do the change. The code was just a representation for you to, easy to so explain the process. So there's a code representation of it. There's also an admin UI through which you can actually change. So it will reflect on your application. So you don't need to do it. You can choose to do it. So some people, they may want to do all changes via just a Git kind of flow model. Then you can use the file. But in a very practical application, you might want an admin UI. Particularly when you have operations persons who are not technical, right? They may not be able to comfortable changing code. So you may want to give them a UI which is tight and secure.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I think there's one more we can take. Sorry, how? Okay, good question. So metrics is a part, I think even if you look at a README, right, metrics is a part that we have not fully integrated yet. So so that's one part that's missing actually. That's the third. So you saw two parts that we said, right? We said context aware and experimentation, right? So currently the onus is on the applications to actually take the experimentation information and log it along with their business flows, so that each data point that the businesses generate have the information, whether it is from variant A of an experiment or from variant B of an experiment. So that is still an expectation from the application. We can't really do anything about it. We'll tell you in which bucket you fill in, but the application has to kind of annotate the transaction or the record with that information, and then it should come up in your metric system. So we are building that currently. So you should see a metric system so that in your experiment, right, we just don't want, if you saw this page, it didn't have any performance-related information about both the variants. So we want to surface the performance metrics here so that you can take a call on this. Today, in JustPay, you'll have to go to another system, see, and then come back, but we will close the circuit there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Natarajan, for such an insightful session. If you have further questions, they have the booth settled up over here, there in the lobby. So you should visit it, and then you can get your questions answered over there. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we have Vaishak Prem Kumar with us, who will be speaking about liberating learning spaces. Talking about Vaishak, he is a DevOps engineer at Open Healthcare Network. He finds interest in using free software for the common good of the community that he is a part of. He has been active volunteer promoting free open source during his college education. The sessions takes a moment to evaluate the learning spaces and the software they use for economic, academic, social and administrative aspects, and see if they are teaching the user freedom or not. So I'll hand over the session to Vaishak. Over to you, Vaishak.
Check. Working on. Hey, check. Thank you. Yes, lights. Oh, കുറച്ച് അടിച്ചോ. എന്ത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. കാണാൻ Yes. Hi, it's an empty crowd. A lot of people left, but I'm not scared. So today's talk, yes, today's talk is about liberating learning spaces. So a little bit intro about myself. My name is Vaishak Prem Kumar. I am currently working as a DevOps engineer in Open Healthcare Network. So what is actually learning spaces and how can we liberate it? That's the essence of today's talk. So yes, philosophical aspect of today's talk. These are like, the images that might come to our mind when we say, okay, learning spaces, that's like Greek and like all kind of learning spaces. So this could be considered as a learning space because there is some knowledge that I have and there is a knowledge that you have. So conventionally, all the learning space tend to be a one-way channel, but even though the numbers are less, feel free to interrupt me. This is a small place, so like you could like just shout if something I say is wrong, or like if you have a conflicting opinion, please do that. So yeah, this talk or like almost anything that I do had a hard impact because of FOSS Meet. FOSS Meet is one of India's longest running FOSS themed event that is happening since 2005. So like, I could have said that some of you might have been not even born that time, but a significant among you are like older than me and like, yeah. So anyways, FOSS Meet has been here since 2005. So yes, so you might have heard about Free Software Community of India, FSCI. So they had a wiki page. Okay, so in their wiki page, randomly when I was searching for the FOSS Meet conductions, so I got into the FOSSL of my college back in around 2019. Then I was active in participating the 2023 FOSS Meet. So obviously, when you are conducting some event, let's say IndiaFOSS, you'll obviously check out how it started, what's the history of it. I don't know, maybe you guys are like obsessed with events such as I am, but I do check it out. So when an event that was started when I was just 4-year-old is there, I had to check the history of it. So FSCI had this wiki page. I searched it up, and the photos that I showed, these photos, and a lot of blogs, 2005 blogs seem to me, such of an eye-opener for me. Like right now, almost everyone writes blog. And to be fair, with Instagram and all, everyone has a space to write or like post stuff on. But you have to look at the fact that 2005 or like early 2000 eras or like even these times were when only the tech people who are like severely interested in tech were actually writing this. So like they are like very knowledgeable people. So I realized that all this knowledge or like all these experiences, all these stories have to be stored somewhere. So yeah, what better option to save these stories other than using MediaWiki. How many of you have heard about MediaWiki before? Yeah, so basically MediaWiki is a software that is being used to power Wikipedia and its sister projects. So I did this randomly out of nowhere. January 2024, I spinned up a MediaWiki instance. I didn't know that I'll get around 169 users and 250 articles. I was just simply making it so that, okay, when FOSS Meet comes, people searching up FOSS Meet should be able to find all these details, all the stories related to that. Then, yes, obviously, most of us will go on and start something, and the struggle really happens. So like, whatever we start off, we'll have trouble to find. I mean, most of the open source softwares in the industry is having the same issue. Let's say Signal or Matrix. Okay, WhatsApp updated their policy. Let's go back to Signal. 2-day, 3-day, peer pressure. No one is there to chat in Signal. You come back to WhatsApp. So similarly, yes, you could write articles in MediaWiki, but still, why should you write articles? You could just use Instagram or like some other platform. You have Twitter or like, there are like a hell lot of things, but still, why would you write in here? So like, and also, yeah, revisit adoption, limited interaction, all these kind of restricted the adoption of MediaWiki, and a lot more technical challenges as well. I'll cover the technical aspects towards the last. Then yes, so contrary to the article or like one-sided approach that we have, discussions tend to have more, fruitful ideas or like, solutions that get born when people are discussing instead of, dictating, you could say. But yeah, so the photos that I've shown here are of the same topic. So I decided, okay, a lot of students, lot of first years are gonna join in our campus. So let me just write about how will you get the student developer pack. I just made the page, a brief intro was there, steps to activate GitHub student developer pack in it. It's been there ever since, no one edited. Instead, I'll come to what this is. So I just asked a question. It might look very similar to Quora. I'll say what this is. This one got answered fairly easily. So that discussion platform might be a way lot better when it comes to addressing problems and solutions. So yeah, using WhatsApp for all the wrong reasons. I was preparing the slides yesterday night. So I saw this article and like, it was very relatable. Chat is minimum viable everything. Okay, you think of any app. You want a food delivery app. Okay, let's say nearby my place, I'm making some food. There might be some customers. I'll create a WhatsApp group with them. So whenever a customer wants it, hey, I need this, put it in the chat. That's a minimum viable Swiggy alternative. Or like, let's say cab sharing. We have Namayatri, Ola, all these kind of things. But let's say in a small community, there are regular customers who actually travel for, who will be traveling often. And there are like a little bit amount of taxi drivers. You send a text, you respond. The first one who responds, get the thing. So chat is actually a minimum viable in everything. And most of us, at some point of a time, might have actually done this, using WhatsApp for note-taking, to-do, even password managers, so many of us have done it. So chat is a minimum viable anything, but we have been using it for the wrong reasons. So yes, the thing that I showed you earlier was Apache Answer. So Apache Answer, I kept on going to students and tell them, Apache Answer is a Stack Overflow alternative for our college. Huh? So people who are like, I mean, I thought people are into coding more than they are. So they opened, oh, Cheta, this is Quora. Okay, so most of them are like familiar with Quora more than Apache Answer. So yeah, I guess that makes more sense. This is a self-hostable version of Quora that you could set it up in your community. So yeah, I shall do a quick admin demo. I hope this works. Okay, so 1 second. After I get in, I'll. Please be correct. No. Yay. It'll come, it'll come. Come, please. Oh, okay, 1 second. When you start it, you have to do something. Yeah. One second. Oh, makes sense. Where was I? Come on. Okay, anyways, I'll have to skip the demo. The demo gods are not with me today. But I'll anyway show the admin interface of the Apache answer. So, come on, don't say net is not there. Yeah, thankfully. So this is the normal interface. So like this, yeah, fairly looks like Quora. I'll increase the font 1 second. It's visible? Okay. So the statistics, we have around 102 users, and this was like deployed 1 or 2 months back. Runtime, like 40 days is what it says. So if you go down, you can see the runtime. So yeah, this is being hosted in a cloud, and the setup was, wait, what was my slide? I forgot. Yeah, quick admin demo. Okay. We have these, and like you could see the users, you could see the content, questions, and basically you can be the dictator that you want and like shut the people you don't want answered, and like do a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, so these are like the questions that are being asked. How to, yeah, anyone face this issue? Windows update breaking their Linux? No? Yeah, hey. So he has answered. But for making the community more, personal, I have restricted the access to this platform to only only the email IDs that have the college name. So that's there. Sorry. But okay, there is a reason why I did this. So I used to run this WhatsApp group, minimum viable everything, for helping out students who are new into GNU/Linux. So we, FOSS used to conduct, GNU Linux Install Fest for first years every year. And as soon as they get their systems installed with GNU Linux, they said, Cheta, this is not working. Cheta, this is not working. And a lot of people started DMing me, Cheta, this is not working. Please come and fix it for me. So me and a bunch of students decided, okay, it's enough. We shall make a group for it. And like we created a group. But even with the group, a group actually helped us a lot with the amount of inflow of questions that we were getting. But still, there was something missing. So like, let's say you asked a question today. Okay, someone will ask the same question 2 months from now. Don't even 2 months, like just the next day, because they won't be going through the chat, because these are not being documented. So that's why Apache answer was implemented. Then MediaWiki setup. So the MediaWiki setup that we have, since I wanted it to just work and I was experimenting it out, I'm a big fan of Docker, like just Docker compose up, yes, everything works. That's what I always go for. But MediaWiki, for some reasons, had a hard time dealing with Docker. So the current setup is an Apache 2 web server that is serving the MediaWiki 1.41. As a like Apache 2 is actually being served as, installed as a deb package, and MariaDB used to be also a system install package. Later, when a lot of users are coming in, my system was slowing down. So like I created a Dockerized version of MariaDB and like switched to that. So in the future, in the wish list, I want to have a completely reproducible setup that you could go and put any cloud and it just magically works and performs auto migration with all the database. So if you are not tech savvy, you might have not understood a word that I said, but still going on. Impact in the community. This is actually a huge factor. I don't know if you have seen this or not. MediaWiki is having a store on the top. They had a store. So I went to their store and kind of stole their show because they were like basically preaching about MediaWiki and stuff like that. I felt like home because I've been dealing with this since like, okay, 9 months or something. So a small issue with MediaWiki, I would say, is that Wikipedia has an app. Wikipedia Android app and iOS app is there. But this app is only compatible with Wikipedia. Any other MediaWiki instances that you might have doesn't have support for this app. The first year students that I managed to induct during that time, one of them was successful in completely repurposing that Android app, which was open source, into only supporting this thing, our specific instance. And it is being packaged and it's trying to make it to the F-Droid repository. So that was a huge impact. Like the MediaWiki people were pretty impressed with the feed that it had been done. And like a lot of people have actually tried to do this and weren't actually successful. So this impact was made because, okay, let's do this wiki, and like such an opportunity was given. Then long-term impact is that even though we have a small footprint or like small usage and stuff, we still have started to document stuff. So moving on through the slides, yeah, live demo Apache, and this, yeah, call for action. So from the people who I can count with my fingers, the call for action is that if you are a student, please go back to your campuses and try to set up MediaWiki or Apache Answer or any kind of self-hostable solutions. For servers, there are a lot of options. You could go for Oracle Cloud. They offer free beefy ARM systems that has, that you can use. There are ARM servers. Just talk with me if you need more info. Yeah, oh, I reached conclude already. I forgot. Yeah, to conclude, we need to build open communities to preserve knowledge for students, for professionals. Okay, adopting FOSS principle and long-lasting. I don't know. I just wrote this yesterday night. So you could scan this just like, oh, thankfully I did something. Okay, I have 5 minutes, right? I'll try to do the live demo of the server again until the time runs out. Meanwhile, if you have questions, you can ask me. I can answer from here. Go ahead, go ahead.
Hi.
Yeah, wait, where are you? Oh, hey,
yeah.
What's up?
So, is it a big deal to port the Wikipedia app from like the normal Wikipedia instance to anything else, our self-hosted one?
Is it a big deal in the sense no one has actually done it yet? So I feel like that's a big deal.
Okay, that's. I mean, like, it should be a configuration kind of thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. So basically, we had a talk about configuration just before. The issue is that all these configurations are hard-coded into the software. So we have to like manually go and rebuild it again. And like the main issue is that there is this thing called REST APIs that are specific to the Wikimedia setup. That's the main culprit behind all this. So the official Wikipedia has support for advanced functionalities in a server that the normal MediaWiki doesn't support. So the calls that you are making won't be responded by the server. That's the issue. So like a lot of features will be missing. So we are trying to improve on that.
So should we create a spin-off and another server for doing all of this?
Yeah, you could do this, and like based on the way that we are moving, so basically we just migrated a whole lot of configs and endpoints to some place else. Similar can be done to your specific instance, and for in the server side, you have to install some of the additional configurations. So that might actually solve things for you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Any questions? No? Why is this not working?
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, I guess that winds it up. Demo goats are not with me today. You are not getting a demo. But anyways, thanks for listening. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. We loved your energy, and thank you for putting on the smiles on the faces. I can see over here. Moving forward, so next we have Vidya Sridhar with us. She'll be speaking about open source technology for social impact. Have you ever wondered about the types of technology used by the organizations and communities in the social sector? Has the concept of open source made its way to organizations that need it, allowing them to see the benefits of switching from proprietary tools? Well, you're at the right place. She is a senior associate at Tech for Good community, specializing in insights and strategy. Vidya holds an engineering degree from Chennai, and she has done her master's from Arizona State University. A former data scientist, she likes deciphering patterns, breaking down complex theories, and bringing a human-centered lens to problem solving in social sector. Give it up a huge round of applause for Vidya. Thank you.
Start talking. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know if I can match up to the energy of Vaishak from the previous talk. Great talk. I'm going to just start. I'm Vidya, and it's really nice to be here. Thank you all for attending this speech. Today in this talk, I'm going to be sharing about Tech for Good community. We are a nonprofit that works with organizations using open source technology. So I'm going to be talking a bit about what we do and also show you the opportunities that lie for students or developers interested in the social space. Okay, a little bit of background about myself. I have a formal education in computer science, and then I realized that I like to work on human challenges, on human problems, and then I joined the Tech for Good community team last year. Before that, for 7 years, I was in the corporate sector as a data scientist. So yeah, since making this shift, I've gotten to talk to a lot of non-profit organizations, people working towards society issues and their tech challenges. So this talk is just going to be me sharing those experiences with you. Right, so tech and social impact. There is always a tech with everything, but what does tech for social impact mean? Technology is an excellent amplifier of existing human capacity, right? For example, if I want to know about the citizen complaints in my area, I can walk to both the streets around my house and get it. But if I need to know it for the whole of Bangalore, then that's where I need a tech platform to come in. So this is pretty much why, in very simple terms, why technology is needed in the social sector also, to scale interventions, to reach more people, and basically amplify all the good work that people are already doing. Now, I'll digress a little bit into open source, and I'll talk about some proprietary history that Tech for Good community has had. So this organization has been working with nonprofits for the last 5 to 6 years and providing technology solutions. But we did not see how open source was a match made in heaven for the social sector until last year. Why? Because there are so many proprietary solutions available that nonprofits can use. They showed discounts, they have grants for nonprofits, all of those were available. But we still saw a huge gap about why the sector is not able to adopt these tools that are already there. Why? Because number one, the scaling cost, and number two, all of these tools are built for the enterprise sector, right? It does not mirror or have the workflows that the social sector needs. So because of this, after multiple trials, we realized that proprietary solution is not the way to go, and there exists significant potential in open source. And yeah, so that's how we arrived at how open source works really well for the social sector. And when we talk about open source, I'm sure all of you here know about what open source is. What are the 3 words that come to our minds? It's community, it's collaboration, and transparency, right? That's pretty much what the goals of the social sector is also, to create inclusive, collaborative ecosystems for the society's issues. So just drawing like an analogy here for you guys. And given that I'm talking to a very tech audience, a lot of students and developers here, when you have a passion project, let's say you develop a passion project and then you're putting it out on GitHub or as open source, when it's just done as a passion project, you guys might not realize the importance or the unintended impact that comes out of it. For example, a student in Nagpur builds a calculator to, let's say, calculate the soil index or carbon footprint and then puts it up. That could be used by actual organizations working at the last mile in, let's say, a Kerala or a Tamil Nadu, and use it. So there's a lot of unintended impact that comes from making your passion projects open source. And whenever you put something out, especially when our organization, we develop a lot of applications for nonprofit organizations. So when we put that out as an open source product, what essentially that means is it's like an open call to collaboration, right? Come, we work together, your problems, our problems, we build them together. So that's sort of the community that open source fosters, and we are very glad that we found this niche spot for ourselves. I'm going to be presenting a few case studies, if you will, that tech students and interns in our organizations have developed for nonprofits. One is Imago. Imago is a grassroots organization, and they are known globally worldwide. They have a program called the Unnat Didi, which is basically the Unnat Didi program. It empowers rural women by connecting them with agro-processing enterprises to enhance income opportunities. So Unnat Didis is basically connecting women in Tier 3 cities or self-help group women with opportunities, small entrepreneurial opportunities related to agriculture, so that they, to basically improve their income. Now for this, it's pan-India. You need to track the income of each Didi, which means a sister, each Didi, to know how much income they are able to get using this program. For that, 2 freshers and 1 intern from T4GC developed a point of sale system. And I'll tell you the benefits of building this as open source, right? Number 1, cost effectiveness. The cost was reduced by 85% for Imago. And because of this, they can now afford to scale the system to 50 enterprises and not just 1, right? And looking at the impact that this system, the efficiency that the system has brought to the program, the Jharkhand state rural government has offered to host the FOSS systems free of charge. So now the system is basically free, because for FOSS, when you build a FOSS technology or an application, all you do is build the system and you just need server or hosting charges, right? Another organization which is very close to our heart, Jagrata Mahila Sangatane, it's in Raichur, Karnataka, and they are also a women tribal organization working towards women empowerment. And Google volunteers, tech volunteers, train them on Open Data Kit and for data collection, and through this they were able to save 50,000 rupees annually, which is actually a lot of money. 50,000 rupees can go into their core work, right? So the money that they were using for digitizing their data collection and paper forms, they trained themselves on Open Data Kit, and they were able to save 50,000 annually. And another interesting use case that I came across recently while talking with SESTA, Seven Sisters Development Assistance. So they are an organization which works with farmers in Assam, Meghalaya, and Nagaland to, for organic farming, to improve their farmer soil content and produce given the state of climate change today. Now, SESTA needs to know enough to assess their soil quality, etc., to tell the farmers what sort of changes need to be done in the soil, the interventions, and what sort of crops could go there. So for this, they have spoken to a vendor, a proprietary vendor, to get them with like satellite data and local data combined inside. So it has like a bunch of dashboards which shows the crop stress, the soil pH indicator, so on and so forth. Pretty technical terms for us, I'll leave that. But they went ahead with this vendor, they configured it. Now, for the vendor, what they're saying is, for each graph you want, there's extra cost. And for each location you want, there's another extra cost. And for each state, there's more extra cost, right? So maybe having one graph will help, but if it was open source here, imagine the amount of cost and productivity. Like now SESTA can't probably afford this, right? Because to get that satellite data, it's not open source satellite data, it's not Google Maps. It is probably privately owned vendor data. So when an organization thinks of scaling, which is what they need to do, they need rounded information to provide support to their beneficiaries. Proprietary solutions often take a hit when it comes to cost, which is where open source really shines. That being said, open source offers great flexibility, source of collaboration, concept of collaboration community. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make open source technology accessible in the social sector, because people in the social sector, NGOs can't just go online and take an open source project and start using, right? There's a lot of technical expertise that is needed to actually make it useful, which is what many organizations like us are trying to do. We're trying to bridge that gap by promoting low-code FOSS tools. And yeah, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done. If anyone's interested in, you have time to build stuff, who's interested in tinkering, would like to contribute their technical skills for the social sector, you're very welcome to contact me. I have my contact information here. That's us, that's our team at Tech for Good community. We're a very small team, and we've been working for the last 5 years. So yeah, that's us. If you'd like to know how to contribute, where to contribute, you know, we can help you with that. You can email us. We've had a lot of people through these emails. I became a part of Tech for Good by reaching out to Rinju, our CEO, using email. So yeah, we'd love to talk with you, hear from you if you're interested. Any questions?
Hi Vidya, just wanted to know what are the challenges have you faced while using the open source technology for the social impact, like you said about the case studies?
The challenges would be if there is an open source project and it wasn't, you know, updated. Maybe the update versions, irregular or lack of documentation is one issue that we have faced consistently. Yeah.
Another one question: how can open source platform can be used for the collaboration of the NGO or government to the addressing the citizen issues or else social issues?
Sure. We have Gautam with us here. He will be the best person to answer it. Gautam is part of Reap Benefit, and they have a citizen engagement platform called Samaja, which is built on open source. I think, Gautam, you should answer this question.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, I didn't expect this. Okay, fine.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, so to answer your question, yes, is there a interest in from the government side to use open source technology? The answer is yes. Is there an interest in terms of your enabling technology from the citizen sectors or from citizens? The answer is yes. But these two things, the requirements and the expectations are different. It's about whoever is developing those platforms needs to be aware of, because from a on-ground perspective, it has to be super simple. It shouldn't be yet another app someone is implementing. At a top-down approach, it's all about visualization. I mean, what informations that I can get to make quick decisions. So how do we bridge this gap? So to answer your questions, it's mostly around how do we facilitate this entire journey of enabling technology between the citizens with the government is the key, rather than what technology, what tool it is. I mean, I have my talk tomorrow. Like Vidya mentioned, we co-developed a product with FOSS United, and it has actually led to a policy level change in terms of, especially with the Jal Jeevan mission. So how does the entire process has been facilitated? Definitely, technology is one of those components. It's a lot to do with how do we engage people using those levers and technology aspects. Yeah.
Thanks, Gautam. Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you, Vidya, for joining in today, and the session was really insightful. Let's give a huge round of applause for. Yeah. So we have set of sessions we'll be conducting in Audi 1. So we'll have to move there. Okay. We are done for the Audi 2 today. See you tomorrow in Audi 2 if there are any further questions about here. Okay. Thank you so much for joining in today.